She's gonna be fine.
No, because she has the afternoon off. And everyone is here, so chair whenever you're ready.
Let's get off mute. Good evening, everyone. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. And start with roll call, please.
Commissioner Peters,
Here?
Commissioner Ricards,
Here.
Commissioner Alexander,
Here.
Vice Chair Leonard,
Here.
and Chair Mohammed.
Here.
Everyone is present.
Excellent. All right. So, let's see, regular session. All right. All right, we'll move on to the Pledge of the Allegiance. Ms. Castillo, would you honor us by leading us in the pledge today? Thank you.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's move on to items from members and staff. We'll start with staff.
I believe Adam has something.
All right.
I just want to point out two things. At your stations are some of the merch that we have for the Culver City Parks Plan. We have the free tote bag, we have a water bottle, we have the hat, and the T-shirt. Just so you know, I gave everyone a large for T-shirt because I didn't want to guess sizes. So before you leave tonight, if you need a different size, just come talk to me because I have them all here. What was that? Oh, and then you also have a coaster at your stations from the senior prom. And then finally, in honor of Commissioner Ricard's final meeting, we do have refreshments in the closed session room that if you would like to partake throughout the meeting, feel free to help yourself.
All right, thank you. I'm happy I'm going to be able to rep now all over the city the master plan activities, so looking
New
forward to
court
it.
hat for me.
All right, any items from members? Yes, Commissioner Alexander.
Just a few. I was heartening to see that maybe it was our little video, not sure, but we had 9 applicants for our one position on the commission. So now it's up to the city council on Monday night to make the selection. But I think that was certainly more people than applied 1 year ago when there was a vacancy. So I think that's good news. On another note, I guess I'm not speaking out of turn, although the minutes certainly are not available yet, but there was a joint meeting of the city, 2 members of the city council and 2 members of the school district that took place this afternoon. And 2 important items of note for the PRSC department is the school district, Dr. Lucas speaking on behalf of the school district, said that they were going to be happy to take over the management of the crossing guards contract, and the joint members, all 4 of them, agreed to pass that on to their respective bodies. TBD in terms of time. I know I always found it rather curious how that actually ended up with PRCS, but it now seems to be moving to its appropriate home. I think many people believe with the school district, since many of the questions that arise from crossing guards have come to the wrong location, let's put it that way. Secondly, and probably of more import and of interest to this body, and I'm sure to the department, is the direction to hopefully put on their next agenda the MOU between the city and the school district relative to involvement with park spaces. In particular, Councilmember O'Brien, who was one of the members on the committee, was expressing the interest in looking through that MOU to see if they could open up some spaces that are used by the school district after hours so that the community could potentially be using those spaces to a greater degree, which to me, I think makes sense because it's the same residents who are paying for school facilities as are paying for our city park facilities. So that's an opportunity that I'm certain Director Stevens will be looking at very closely in the next few months until that comes up on the agenda.
Okay, any other comments from members? No, okay, Vice Chair?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to report out, although we're probably going to hear about it in one of our presentations on Older Americans Month. The senior prom was held at Vets over the weekend, and it was so much fun. It was really awesome. It was incredible. I didn't even recognize Vets Auditorium. It was just transformed into just an enchanted evening indeed. That's what our our little things show here. And I mean, it was just beautifully decorated. The band was fantastic. The DJ was great. Everybody was dancing. There was a lot of gratitude expressed. Our Director Stevens acknowledged all the staff, and the high schoolers were there. There were students from the high school who were attending and assisting people with their tables or with anything that they needed, and getting water and making sure everybody was happy. And staff did an amazing job. I want to also just thank the Culver City Senior Citizens Association and the City Council for working together and collaborating on that, allowing that to happen on a very major scale. And it was really, really a lot of fun. The only other thing I want to just mention, and it's not an agendized item, so I want to sort of put it out there and see if there is any interest or any consensus on potentially discussing it. Director Stevens did a great job, and staff did a great job of putting together the budget and addressing a lot of questions and comments from the community about the various things that the commission had put in our letter. And I believe that Director Stevens did address those issues and concerns from the public. But since there had been references to our letter, and there was apparently some confusion or some information about how that process occurred, I just wanted to just sort of make a statement and see if there is anybody else who sort of perceived that there's anything more that we need to do to help the public understand what that process was, considering it was months and months and months of effort and work. And so I'm just sort of making that statement to see if that's something that we would need to agendize or not. So I'm kind of looking for possibly another couple of nodding heads or not.
So we should bring this item back up when we get to A5, which would be
okay.
the appropriate time for that.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I'm learning from you too, so. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right, any other comments? If not, all right, we'll move on to public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers this evening?
Yes, you do have one.
All right,
How much time would you like to give him?
3 minutes.
So Howard Jacobitz?
Hello. My name, as was said, is Howie Jacobowitz. I'm a longtime Culver City resident. I love our parks. I've played paddle tennis for over 20 years and pickleball for many years, and I've addressed the commission before. And last month, I watched on the video the meeting, and there was a lot of discussion about what to do about court allocation. And I'm speaking here today because there were misstatements made that I thought before the item is on the agenda in, I think, next month, I thought I would try to clear the air. So I think staff was talking about the survey study that was done a year and a half, 2 years ago. And they spoke about a robust response, something like 800 respondents, and that seemed to be swaying them. And I don't see it that way. When you look more closely at that survey, it was structurally flawed to the point where I don't think you can get much out of it. And I'll be specific now. And I'll be concise. I'll try to get it under 3 minutes. It was a site-specific survey. And so there were these codes up at the paddle tennis courts that were used by pickleball players and at the tennis courts. So at the paddle tennis / pickle courts, you got a cross-section, and that's a fair sampling, and what you can get out of that might be helpful. But what I heard was they were surprised at how robust the tennis responses were. Well, at the tennis courts, there were survey codes up there, but guess what? Only tennis players play at the tennis courts, and surprise, people playing tennis at the tennis courts want to play tennis. I don't know if that really tells you anything. It doesn't to me. And then when you look even more granularly, and I think Commissioner Mohammed, you said this sometime last year, when you look really closely, for instance, at the Lindbergh Park, there's one tennis court. If you drive by there, it's rarely being used. And on the survey, there were a grand total for 2 months of 11 responses. I remember you mentioning that. And that tells you it's inactive, it's underutilized. That doesn't tell you much more than that. And so I don't see the survey as particularly helpful, and I certainly don't think we should do another one. If you want to know how the community feels, there's cheaper and easier ways, and here's just 3 that I was thinking about today. One, you can just Google in what are the number of pickleball players versus tennis players these days, and you'll see the answer is about 50% more pickleball. Can I have 1 more minute?
Sure.
About 50% more pickleball players. 2, if you just drive around to other communities all around us, you'll see all the other communities have dual purpose their courts. I'm talking about El Segundo, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, and many more, so that more people can play. 3, there was a third one, oh yeah, here's one for an unfiltered, free opinion. Just go to a sporting goods store, as I did earlier this week. I went into Dick's Sporting Goods, the size of the section of their flawed survey. So that's what I wanted to address. I have other thoughts, but I'm over time. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, do we have any more speakers?
No, you do not.
All right, then. We will then move on to receipt of correspondence. Do we have any correspondence?
No, you did not receive anything.
All right, thank you very much. Then let's move on to the consent calendar items. Moving on to C1, approval of minutes for regular Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission meeting of May 7th of 2024. Are there any updates, corrections, clarifications in the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to receive as submitted.
I have a motion by Commissioner Peters, seconded by Vice Chair Leonard, to approve the minutes of the regular Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission meeting of May 7th, 2024.
Excuse me, can I get some assistance? I'm sorry,
Oh, yeah, he's locked.
I'm locked.
9770.
Just announce it to everybody. All right, we're good.
Thank you.
All set, thank you.
And the votes are in, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the action items. We will head to sorry, before I skipped over, my mistake. We went on to order the agenda. Is there any desire to change the order of our agenda today? If not, then we'll go ahead and move on straight into the action items. All right, yes? That's a question. Is there a preference to do A2 before A1, or?
There is not, but if
Okay.
it's up to, if you would like to hear A2 first.
No, we're good. Okay, we'll go ahead and just keep with our agenda here then. So moving on to A1 then. The receipt and filing of the report regarding Older Americans Month. Looking forward to the staff report.
Hi,
Hi.
good evening.
One second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Alrighty, good evening. My name is Melanie Morales. I'm the Recreation and Community Services Coordinator, and I oversee older adult programming at the Senior Center. I'm here today just to present on the activities that we held at the Senior Center for the month of May in honor of Older Americans Month. This year, the theme was Powered by Connection, so a lot of our activities have that theme or just that purpose of meeting that goal throughout the month. So here's just an overview. It's a long list of the activities that we went through, and I will go over each one of them and show you some pictures. So the first one, we kicked off May with our Older Americans Month proclamation. We received that, we as in Senior Center staff, received that at the City Council meeting early in the month. I believe actually it was late April, to start off our Older Americans Month for May. We received that with the Culver City Senior Citizens Association. They're a nonprofit partner that help us provide a lot of the programming at the Culver City Senior Center. So our first activity of the month was coffee and donuts. We had a social with the CCSEA. This allowed us to grab a whole bunch of breakfast snacks and bring them out into the hallway for our participants to come out after their classes and join in for coffee and for snacks and to chat with a lot of our CCSEA members and also board members from the nonprofit itself. A lot of people enjoyed it. They finished all of the snacks and it was all gone. So it was pretty quick. They didn't last too long. But it was a great opportunity. Bless you. Next, we had Loteria with PRCS staff. So our staff members, Martha and Sylvia, led this event and planned and prepared it with assistance from additional staff members. But if you don't know, Loteria is basically Spanish bingo, or yeah, bingo, but in Spanish and with pictures. So a couple photos here just show that we did what we did. We had a photo area, we had prizes for the winners, we had some very cute and vibrant decorations that we had out in our patio. It was a very nice day. We had 40 people that showed up, and then we had a bunch of prizes for all of the winners. We had pan dulce, which is sweetbread, and coffee for all of our participants. So they really enjoyed it. They also look forward to this event each year, so it was great to have that again. The next week, I believe this is the second week in May, we had Instructor Appreciation Week. So we have over 65 group leaders, instructors at our senior center that lead our daily activities, daily and monthly activities. So we partnered with the association to get bags with the senior center or the CCSCA logo on it, and mention, I'm sorry, and then that we got a bunch of snacks and also little tokens that just say thank you for your support, your dedication to our members, and it was a card from us with the CCSCA on it as well. So this was very fun because we got to divide up all the classes, and staff got to go ahead and visit each class and present them, the instructor or the group leader, with their items and just express how grateful we are to have them. And they're essentially very vital to our programming because without them, we wouldn't have all of our various activities. So yeah, it was a great time, and we hope that they know that they're appreciated all year round. Next, we had our Cedars-Sinai Health Fair with Cedars-Sinai, obviously. They came by and offered glucose, blood pressure, hearing checks, and additional other services, which was free to the public. We also had our Culver City Fire Department that stopped on by, and I believe they were giving out free fire alarms, so that was great. Additionally, we had UCLA and USC medical schools come and join. They did a lot of either dental checkups or just offer a lot of resources to our community. So that was very important to us, and we had a lot of people come by. So it was a very packed couple hours in our main area of the center. Many people gave us positive feedback and expressed that they were very appreciative for the opportunity. Next, we partnered with one of our city contractors who offer our self-defense classes for the city. His name is Andy Poncho. And so we asked him to come and lead a older adult senior self-defense course or workshop. And so we had 25 of our members go ahead and sign up for this. It filled up quickly within a couple days. So the need was there, and a lot of people were very attracted to this opportunity because it gave them just different options for protecting themselves day in and day out. So that was another great indicator that we're listening to our members and trying to provide them with different types of activities that support what they want to see. Additionally, we had Ask the Supervisor and Staff Q&A. So this was an opportunity for all of our members that were interested to come out to the patio, have some snacks, and go ahead and chat with our supervisor, Jill Thompson, and staff at the center who are normally around there, but they see us often running around trying to do all of our events and whatnot. But it gave us an opportunity to just talk with them a little bit more closely and with the theme or just the intention of discussing any questions that they had, or if they had any just concerns about anything. This was a great opportunity. We got to learn more about what they know as far as what we do, and we got to clarify even more and just kind of explain to them the behind the scenes stuff of what else that we take care of at the center. So it was a great opportunity. A lot of them came. We also had snacks, so I think that was also a key motivator for them. And again, they cleared that out too, so that was great.
Snacks are helpful at every age group.
Every event, yes. Then we also asked one of our staff leaders at the Plunge to come over and lead a paint and sip at our center. They led one for the teens not too long ago, I believe also with the intention of, for mental health purposes as well. And so we asked her to come over and lead one at our center, and she was so excited for it. And so we had a great time planning for that one because we've never done it before. So it also just showed us how talented a lot of our other members are, because we can see it daily in our art classes, but there's some people that were here that also don't participate in some of our art classes, and we were like, awesome. It gave them this opportunity to come in and try something new and meet other people. So they created some beautiful pieces of art, so yeah. This one was really fun to plan. So this is our friendship mixer. We've never had one before, but so this one was our first one, and we got to research and contact other cities and see how they did that activity. And so it was really cool to just hear what they thought was beneficial, what worked, what didn't, and the ways that they think it would be improved if they were to do it again. So that really helped us with our planning. And so we sent a postcard related to this activity because we just really heard it in our surveys and just from our participants as well, that they really want to socialize and they want to meet new people. And just in general, it's pretty hard to make new friends as you get older. So this provided an opportunity for them to come on by and just kind of shake the nerves off and participate in different activities that got them to be like, oh, you're interested in XYZ. I love XYZ. Like, we should be friends. And what made me even happier at the end of it was that a lot of people left with like another person's like contact information. So they were so excited. A lot of people mentioned like, oh, we're actually planning to go out to the farmer's market this weekend. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So it just proves that a lot of our efforts they're doing what they're supposed to. And we're being very intentional with our efforts. So I'm very, very proud of that. And it made us very happy. We had, I believe, 50, and we filled up a wait list. So we're so excited to do this again. We're going to try some other games so that people can kind of socialize and get to know others who have similar interests. So we're excited to try that again next year. Then further on, we had our Senior of the Year commendation for David Von Cannon. He received this at our City Council meeting later in May. Sorry, we're in June now. Later in May. So we have a few photos of him accepting his commendation. Next, we have trivia. So that's how we ended off the month of Older Americans Month. We have our group leader, Michael Sondheimer. He leads trivia once a month earlier on in the month, but he has a smaller group that he does trivia with at our center, and so he agreed to lead a bigger one. We did our first one with him last year, and so we got good feedback, so we brought it back. And we had 25 people participate this time, and we noticed that a lot of them were stumped on some questions, especially related to Culver City history. So I thought that was funny. But they learned a lot, and they came out of it, and they were trying to study the answers. And yeah, they were very happy about the opportunity. And those are our winners in the corner. And we got them picnic bags, essentially, with like a picnic blanket, water bottle, reusable water bottle, and some other cool things that they can use for the summer. So yeah, they enjoyed it. And then this is our hiking group. They also had a hike earlier on in the month. But yeah, that's all for me. Any questions?
Any comments? Yes, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Melanie. It's just such great stuff. What are the coming plans for more intergenerational programming? I know that you've done some amazing stuff in the past. I'm just curious to know what's coming ahead.
Definitely, we're looking at what other organizations are doing, and we're trying to figure out. I spoke with a couple of teens recently as far as from the prom. They were definitely interested in that intergenerational aspect and just seeing what opportunities are available at the center. So my coworker and I do plan on working on that and figuring out what other opportunities we can have. We do have a lot of tech help, so I did refer them to that because we're always looking for teens to help with tech. So that's great. In the past, we've done intergenerational walks, and then prom was a great one. We did different aspects there. We have an origami group where a high schooler comes in and teaches older adults how to do different origami folds. I'm not sure how to word that one. But yeah, and then we also are partnering and looking to partner with a couple of Eagle Scouts and to share them with us as well.
Okay, thank you.
And then thank you so much for just your support in general for all of our activities this month and just every other day. And as far as the coaster that you all have, thank you for your support with that. And thank you, Commissioner Leonard, for coming by. It was a great event, and we really, really appreciate your support.
Very happy to go. Oh, and the Cub Scouts were there too, helping usher people in, which was adorable.
They helped a lot, so we're super appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? Yes,
I
Commissioner
just
Alexander.
want to commend you and all the rest of the staff from the Senior Center for what you do. I get approached now because I put things on social media with all the wonderful pictures, and somebody will say, oh, you know, my father's coming to live with me and he wants to know activities, and somebody says, go talk to her. And then, of course, I turn them back, of course, to all the wonderful programming you have here. And then I also talk about it with my friends who live outside of Culver City, and they do the same thing. It's like, by the way, my friend down the block who's of this age group was interested in that. What is it again? Can you send me the link to the calendar and all that? So whatever it is that you're, well, we know what you're doing, and it's working very well, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you so much. We're super appreciative of all of your support, so thank you.
All right. Commissioner Peters.
Just the discussion of intergenerational activities made me think, and I'm going to say this now because otherwise I will forget it. One thing kind of with like our park pop-ups is maybe trying like on a weekday morning, like a pop-up seniors read stories to all the little kids who are at Vets Park playing. Maybe something like that we could see like, does it work? And maybe that could become a like once a week thing where like seniors would get together and read stories to the toddlers who come, you know, with their parents or caregivers in the morning. And then also just thinking about, you know, I know a lot of the opportunities seem to be younger people volunteering at the senior center, but also it'd be cool if there were seniors who want to come volunteer for kids, with kids programming, like I said, like either reading stories or helps with tutoring or things like that. So just thinking, not just bringing the kids to the seniors, but also bringing the seniors to the kids would be a really great idea.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for sharing that. I know that the older adults reading to toddlers and just young kids, I've seen that implemented at local libraries. So I have been interested in that. So prom has just kept us on our toes
Sure.
lately, but definitely.
I'm thinking especially as the weather gets nice and, you know, the kids are at the playground, you know, have story time or something.
Exactly. We're
great.
looking forward to it. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. Thank you.
I find all this very exciting as well as interesting, and it's nice to know about these opportunities. I have, I think, two very general questions I want to ask about, and it may be an artifact of my age and the fact that I'm leaving the commission, but I'm wondering about long-term planning for the seniors, for the senior program, and the extent to which we have some thoughts about where over the next 2 or 3 decades this program is likely to go, or this may not be an issue at this point in time, but I'm just kind of interested about the long-range plans and how they're being conceptualized.
We are definitely talking about it just because we understand that people are working a lot longer. People aren't retiring as early. There's a lot of people who are still working and can't make it to the center. So we are discussing opportunities in the future for extending programming hours and also the variety of programs because we say 50 plus and that's a large age gap. And we can essentially serve various generations. And so we are looking to just offer a variety of other programs that do catch the attention of individuals who are like between 50 and 70. Like for right now, most of our participants are between late 60s to like late 70s. That's the most of what we have for our members. So we are just talking and brainstorming and seeing what other organizations are doing. And I know that we are in talks with AARP for like older living communities and just seeing how we can play that part as well. So we are thinking about it, we are working on it, and part of that includes a lot of variety of programs and extending our hours.
I think I would encourage you to do that as much as is possible inside of this. I guess one of the things that sparked my attention in that regard is when I looked at other programs in cities, I was aware of the adapted kinds of activities that were often being implemented for seniors, whether it was skiing, whether it was swimming, what the various kinds of things. And I haven't seen as much of that here, and that might be my lack of exposure. And we can talk about that because I might benefit from knowing more about some of these programs. The second question I am interested in, though, specifically, is to what extent in the master plan for parks that we've been talking about, do we see a role for the senior center as contributing to that discussion, and how do you see that happening?
So In my perspective, just because I oversee the activities, I am excited about the master plan and the potential that we have there just to vocalize our needs. We have a lot of members, we have a lot of activities. It is often difficult to schedule them in specific areas, and also just the way our building is a lot newer, but I can't fit everyone in there all the time or at the same times. A lot of members do express that, like, oh my gosh, I love this class, but I can't go to this one because I also want to attend this one at the same time. There's a struggle there, but it tells us good things too. We're offering so many things that are very valuable to our members, but it is just giving me the alarm that also, like, we need to start planning as well for, because we are going to have a large population of older adults eventually as well. It's going to just keep growing. So we do have to keep that in mind as far as space, what other types of programs can we offer that are outside, and just keeping that in mind. So we are working on it and thinking about how we can provide more space, more variety of programs, and other resources for individuals, especially as it pertains to like housing and transportation, because that also is another issue that we hear about at the center as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you all again.
Yep, thank you, Commissioner Rickards, for looking out for my generation joining the senior center. I appreciate that, and yeah, and Gen X is significantly smaller than the boomer population, so I don't know if you're going to get the massive overrun of people coming to the senior center, but people are living longer. So
Maybe asking more of you. Expect more performance.
all right, I'll make sure to join the board when I get there.
Please do. We would love to have you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
If I may, Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to also reiterate that the department is going through the age-friendly action plan initiative. So that allows for us to work hands-on with the community alongside with a consultant who will be collecting data to kind of determine on a city-wide perspective what types of resources, services, additional programming, amenities, from public works to transportation to PRCS, and that way we have a larger perspective of what types of opportunities going forward we need to focus on as a city. So I just wanted to point that out.
Quick question, follow-up on that one. And so is that feedback going to be ready in time to be folded into the Parks Master Plan kind of commentary and discussions?
So we have the general plan, we have the Parks Master Plan, we have the Age-Friendly Action Plan Initiative. So all of them are kind of, I would say, mirroring each other to some degree. Our consultant for the Age-Friendly Action Plan has read the general plan, has met with the Parks Master Plan consultants. So everyone's working together as a team.
Great. That's what I like to hear. Hopefully, we're getting a lot of feedback on the Parks Master Plan from the folks at the Senior Center as well, because we definitely want to hear from them.
Oh, we are, and we have them coming out next month, so it's going to be great.
Awesome. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Have a great evening. All right. I will entertain a motion to receive and file.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner Peters, to receive and file the report regarding Older Americans Month. And you may start voting. And the votes are in, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item A2, receipt and filing of the report from Olin regarding the Parks Plan. Assuming we have a staff report.
So, Commissioners, so as many of you are aware, back in December, City Council approved our consultant, Olin, to oversee our parks plan. And they officially started in early February with a full staff meeting to discuss basically the overall trajectory of the plan. Olin has an amazing background, not only with landscape architecture here in Southern California, but also in Philadelphia. The firm is out of 2 major cities. And so tonight, we have Jessica, who is the lead architect on the project, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Adam. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. Thank you for making space on the agenda. Thank you for your enthusiasm for the parks plan. We've really felt that in the past weeks and even tonight with the gear and the hat. And I'm wearing this orange color to sort of be on theme with the logo. Really just excited to be here. As Adam said, my name is Jessica Henson. I'm a landscape architect and certified planner with Olin. Our office is just a few miles north of here, so we're really happy to be working on such a project that's so important to us personally. Actually, several of our staff live in and around Culver City, so this is really special for us and meaningful as part of our own community as well. Tonight I'm going to give a quick introduction, not that you guys need it to know, but we're going to talk a little bit about what the parks plan is, do a quick engagement update as we've been really out in the public over the last month, starting to get the word out, do just a couple of slides on what we're starting to study, and then how we're setting up this process before going into what the next steps are. We're charged very specifically to definitely look at the parks that are owned and operated by PRCS and Culver City, which are 13. But it's beyond that. We're looking at the whole network. How does that relate to other local, county, and state resources that residents use? And what is that network? Sometimes that's along the Ballona Creek. Sometimes that's through Stoneview Nature Center or the Park to Playa Trail. So all those pieces really form the wonderful system that people here and residents and visitors get to enjoy. Fortunately, we have the general plan in place that's, and as was just said, that process moving, just slightly before this process has been very helpful to sort of set the high-level goals and aspirations for the city. We're operating in this space between that and a detailed implementation project site scale for the parks, so we're sort of living in that middle zone as we work on this plan. We have 4 stages, and we are in the info gathering stage. That's why we wanted to come to present to you tonight, to make sure that this was, you're sort of tracking us as we finish some of these milestones. Info gathering, early ideas, draft plan, final plan. The info gathering, as Adam mentioned, was getting with the staff, getting the mapping, getting all the files and the databases, getting ready for the public launch, which we did launch at the beginning of March. May. We launched to the general public with a series of meetings at the beginning of May. And this summer, we're going into the early ideas phase where we're really going to be out talking with people about what they want to see in the parks. A lot of pop-ups over the summer, a lot of events to be out there. There's a wonderful array of things happening, so the timing, we think, couldn't be better. People in their parks also thinking about the parks plan is very good timing. This fall, we're hoping to get to a draft plan and then a final plan by the beginning of 2025. And through all of that, we'll be checking in here, but also with community meetings along the way. We've started with a very deep dive into the existing plans of the city. This includes everything from the stormwater capture master plan and the general plan to the energy efficiency plans and the mobility plans, as well as some of the studies that were done for the feasibility study at, say, like Vets and Culver City Park this past fall. We know that those are currently on, foundation of this, so that we're not reinventing wheels or, we're all moving in sort of parallel and across departments and with other planning efforts that are happening. One of those very specifically that we're tracking very closely with the advanced planning department is the general plan and what's currently in there. I'm sure you all know, but others that are watching online may or may not know that parks play a starring role in the general plan, and the importance of parks to our health and well-being is well known, well studied and researched, and is very significant in the Culver City General Plan, which is exciting as we're embarking on this process because it's already well understood how critical parks are. So we don't have to start from scratch. We're already at step 2, if you will. We've been evolving this list of goals, and we will continue to do so as we meet with yourselves, with the community, and with others. But generally, as we've started to think about the plan, we're working on enhancing recreational opportunities for residents of all ages. Really appreciated the intergenerational comments that were just made. Improving accessibility and connectivity within the park system, preserving and enhancing natural habitats, strengthening Culver City Parks programming facilities, promoting sustainability, climate resilience and equity, and expanding arts and cultures opportunities. And again, these will continue to evolve as we move through what is a very fun and robust community engagement process. So a lot of what we've designed this process of reaching out to the public is very much multifaceted. We recognize that a lot of residents can't come to a traditional community meeting, or they can't come to a commission meeting for work or children or other things. So we're trying to meet people where they are throughout this summer at a lot of pop-up events where people already might be, at some of the events at many of the parks. Like we'll do some pop-ups just on a random Thursday morning, say at Culver West. We're also doing things like kids camp, which is really fun, something I'm looking forward to. We have social media, and Jill and her team are really helping a lot to make all of that very vibrant. We're meeting with different key groups and departments around the city and tracking website surveys, as well as traditional community meetings too. I know some of you actually were able to attend at least one of the meetings in May. We had 3, 2 in person and 1 digital. That digital one is also recorded, so if anybody watching online or here tonight wasn't able to join, you can go to the website and watch that first meeting. We had pretty good turnout, really. These were sort of neighborhood ones. We had between 20 and 40 people at each of them, which when you add up at the different neighborhoods is great. We had the opportunity for people to interact with boards and hear a short presentation, and Director Stevens and I answered questions that people might have. We also have a big portion of things that are happening analog. We were able to send out flyers to everyone in the entire city, which I think is great for folks that might not have or make regular access to social media or the website, to make sure that folks knew that this is happening and can do that. We have a paper survey that there are copies of if anybody would like to take some. And then there also are these big banners that are up, if you've been to some of the parks, attached to the fences, so that anybody that might just be visiting can get that QR code and participate in the process. Online, there's a homepage off of the parks website, off of the Culver City government site, a landing page, and then there's also what we call a story map, where you can explore the different parks, where they are, and some of the demographics in the neighborhoods. We've been getting a lot of people excited to interact with those. You can also download recordings and other materials there. We've been doing a lot of coordination across departments, so we've been fortunate to meet with Public Works, with Advanced Planning, as I mentioned. We did a summit with the PRCS staff in a retreat sort of fashion, which was great to have all the different groups coming together. We've met with the Arts Foundation, the Environmental Sustainability Committee for CCUSD, and we have some other things coming up in the coming weeks in the summer that we're looking forward to. And obviously, if folks have additional groups, you can let Adam know or let us know, and we'll work to get those scheduled. We've been asking people where they're from, where we're tracking little dots and little zip codes so we can see. Of course, it's voluntary, we're not forced to, but when we can, we're asking people where they're from so we can see as we go through this process if there are any neighborhoods that are being underrepresented. We've been hearing a lot of really wonderful things about how beloved the parks are, which all of you probably know. Not saying that there aren't spaces for improvements, but really beloved system. We've heard a lot of things about how people want to see play or different generational things. We've heard a lot about native habitat. We have heard a lot about pickleball. I know there was already one pickleball comment tonight. We talked about bicycles, mobility. And so far, almost 300 people have already done the survey, which is great because it's been out for just a few weeks and it will be up all summer. So hoping to really have those numbers, and everybody's more than welcome to. We've been asking questions, for example, I won't read all of these, but we've been asking people what parks they use most frequently and what they do there. We've also asking what programming they use, so that is related to things like if they're using, say, the senior center or the teen center programming. We are asking things about sustainability and climate resilience, and we're asking questions about what prevents people from using the park system. So what are maybe some of those concern areas or great ideas that they might have in this. By and large, maybe not surprisingly, the highest park that's coming in as the most used so far is Vets. Makes sense because a lot of the amenities that we know of and love are there. It's about 30% of respondents so far, and we'll keep adding to this, have said that's the park that they use the most. But you see some others, they're showing up there as well. And we've asked people to do things like describe parks, recreation and community services in 3 words, and we see a whole range here. I'll read just a few: progressive, educational, fun, diverse, universal, committed, amazing, limited, equity challenged, valuable, wonderful, necessary, clean, friendly, refreshing, dated, convenient, small, worn, loved, used, fun, accessible, community, responsive, available, and friendly. So by and large, you can see that there's a lot of passion here for the parks, and maybe some upgrades, sure, but definitely people that are really positive. And we've asked, and this will obviously be available in the reports, but we've also asked some open-ended questions which allow people, rather than just answering some of the quantitative pieces, to be able to say things that they really specifically want. So we have some folks that commented on services or are commenting on maintenance. We're hearing some things about different things that have been active for a long time and what people want to see those improved, as well as strong desire for updating things like playgrounds or pools. Nature focus has become a big thing we're seeing a lot of. Some things about funding are showing up in here, which again, I'm sure is not surprising to you, but we'll keep tracking this through the whole summer and we'll have a report of all of this, but these are just some samples. Meanwhile, while this community process is happening, we are doing a deep dive with the Parks and Rec staff, not only of, oops, I skipped one, excuse me, maybe, there we go, of the 13 parks, but I mentioned we're also looking at some of the spaces that are maintained by the city, even though they might not be owned, such as like Media Park, and how those relate into the system, and how they also relate to some of the adjacent things, such as Stoneview or the Baldwin Hills. We know that residents make use of these, and to a resident, they don't necessarily think, I stopped being on a Culver City park and now I'm on a county park. For them, it's definitely part of just the park system, so understanding that network. As part of the existing conditions analysis, we're looking at demographics, we're looking at current population, the pressure on park facilities as it exists today. We're also looking at the park pressure based on the projections of population in the general plan, because we know that there are growth expected in certain areas, which will put more pressure on those facilities. And we're also looking at things like the Senate bill, the state bill around climate-focused communities, and where some of those issues around climate pressures exist. On the sort of more nature and water side, we're also looking into the connectivity of tree canopy. We're looking at the urban forestry plan and what that has said about the tree health in the parks, what some of the future of needs around that are in the watershed, in the connectivity, and what it's like to walk to and from and along some of these trails. In the next couple of months, we're going to be going through this planning process that we've developed. It's a pretty sort of simple approach, if you will. We're looking at needs, so we'll be charting park need. That looks like how many acres per person, how many amenities per person, the distance to park. We're looking at water needs. That's where we'll be also coordinating. We already are coordinating with Public Works around stormwater. And we're looking at ecology, like what is the current plant species and health? How does that relate to some of the state regulations around, say, like non-functional turf and other things that we're tracking? And then we're going to be comparing these to some opportunity areas. So of course, we're looking at existing parkland, which is a wonderful space that is already existing. We'll be looking, are there potential acquisitions in the coming 2 decades? And we'll be looking at partnerships. I was so happy to hear Commissioner Alexander mention that about the Unified School District, because school and joint use opportunities are obviously a significant way to meet community need in communities that are very underserved. So we overlapping these elements and looking through this lens of equity and community feedback over the summer and into the fall to be able to come up with these plan recommendations. So like I said, this diagram really captures that process that we're going through, hopefully in a simple and understandable way for everyone. So the next steps as we move into the summer, as you can see, all of those little stars in the map is really out there, meeting with people and hearing, sharing some early ideas. We'll be doing some updates over the summer. And then getting towards that draft this fall. We'll also be back to present to the commission at least another time, more times. But we obviously invite all of you out to some of these other events, and I know I've already seen and met, I think, all of you. So that's really great to see that involvement. And please feel free to continue inviting people to take the survey and other elements, as that will be really critical. Just to anybody that might be listening online, decisions haven't been made yet. And so this process over the course of the summer is really the time to hear from folks and take in all of that feedback, so that we can try to present it in a really clear, understandable way this fall. With that, I will pause and we'll take any questions.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions regarding potential interactions with our partners in the school district. You mentioned the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Do you happen to know who's on that? Are there board members or is it just parents? I know there's some students on it.
That is a good question of who all sits on it. I know they have a representative from the school that also joins them. We could get that list to you of exactly who the organizing persons are, and share that to make sure that that's connected. But I believe the superintendent attends their meetings because was there at that meeting, correct, Director Stevens?
Yeah, he did attend it.
Okay, that's good then. That's a good start on that. One of the other things that I did mention earlier that came from this joint meeting that occurred between the two members of the city council and the two members of the school district was an item that the chair, who is the mayor, had put on there regarding a stronger coordination between the school district and the city with information sharing on events. Now, events to me aren't necessarily like facilities or land and stuff that are part of your purview in terms of doing the study, but I'm just curious what you would think about if you were to sit, or if you have sat with our Dylan, I don't know, can't remember his exact title, but our PR person with the city, in terms of how that kind of thing might be worked as a sort of sustainable future going forward, because I'm looking for ways to sort of have a continuation of this linking, if you will, between what's happening with the schools and what we may be doing with the parks. And I'm kind of curious, do you have any models of interactions that you've worked with in the past with school districts and cities that you might share with us, just, a little bit?
Yeah, great questions, and I think we'd be delighted to meet with the PR team around what some of those things are, because certainly some of the actions and methods that might be recommended in the plan could certainly be related to continuing that effort. There are some really interesting models around the country with some park systems that we have worked on parks plans for that are working with schools. We actually have a precedent study we're working on right now to give the PRCS team around some of those options. The opportunity for joint use opening on like Saturdays, you guys are no stranger to that. I was already happening or shared happening there, which is, I think, quite interesting. And so certainly there's a lot of good precedent out there to share with the team. And I think we potentially could have a lot here for us. One of the positive things that in some of the mapping that we're starting to do, a couple of the neighborhoods that are significantly under-resourced in terms of space are in neighborhoods with schools with significant outdoor exterior areas. And so it's probably one of the most significant opportunity spaces that we are seeing. Yeah. Were you going to add something, Director Stevens? You looked. Okay, you were like leaning forward. Okay.
Thank you.
But we'll continue that sort of precedent and bring those back to you in
Right.
more fully, like as a slide or two or something.
Thank you.
Because it's exactly, you're on the right wavelength, I think.
All right. Commissioner Peters.
Great, thank you so much for bringing this forward. This is really interesting. First, just some thoughts on outreach. On June 15th, Little League has their annual end-of-season picnic up at Bott's. Might be a good place to pop by or put a pop-up because there'll be lots of families there. It's a really fun event. You could also think about then later in the fall, in the early fall, when AYSO has their opening weekend at Bott's, another place to catch 1 million people. I will get in touch with Adam, but I'm also a member of the council PTA, which oversees all the PTAs, and the La Bayona PTA. So I can, maybe early in the fall, when the PTAs were almost done, thank God, summer. But early in the fall in August, when we start back up, maybe we can have you guys come
Yeah.
to various PTA meetings and present there. That would be great. And then, I really love all that you're here talking about. This idea of going to the summer camps, great. I think that's a great place. You'll meet my kids there. They have strong opinions about playground equipment, so
I can't wait.
Be
That's
prepared.
exactly what we need.
yeah, and I just love all these, ideas that you're coming up with. And I just would, when you're looking at this, one thing just to really highlight that I think is highlighted on those maps is that both Culver West and Fox Hills, which are some of the areas with the least amount of parkland, also don't have the schools there either.
Yep.
And so they don't have that same opportunity to share space that you might see elsewhere. So, really concentrating some more on those neighborhoods that, those of us in Culver West sometimes feel like we get forgotten. I know folks in Fox Hills sometimes feel like they get forgotten. And so I love that you are putting some concentration on that. And then finally, yeah, more dog stuff. My little fluffy guy deserves more.
Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning specifically Culver West and Fox Hills because those are two neighborhoods that certainly light up in a lot of our studies already, and we'll be back to report more on that. But looking for what those opportunities are, we had a really good conversation with the Advanced Planning Department and how they're thinking about some of those areas in the general plan, which could be instructive as we go through the summer for what parks opportunities, as they think about the redevelopment of some of those zones, prioritizing park set-asides, for example, I think could be a big opportunity. And they're already thinking that way, so that is great, I think, for everyone in this room. Thank you for mentioning that, Commissioner Peters.
Okay, you have comments on Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have one question. Is it counterintuitive to ask if there's a schedule for pop-ups?
It is not counterintuitive. Actually, we were just finishing that today, so we
Okay.
will, I believe, share that around, probably in some sort of email blast or thing. So if people are really looking for us, they know where to find us. We may add more as the summer goes, but we at least know the core group that we will be at, I think as of like 6 p.m. today. So we'll get that out probably early next week or something like that for everybody to have access to.
Great.
I'll make a note here so I don't forget.
And thank you for all of this work. It's massive. And I went to one of the meetings. I was on the online one, but then I also went to one of the public meetings where you have anybody who's listening or seeing this meeting right now and is sort of being introduced to this, you have got to go to one of these meetings because they've got these maps that are just absolutely incredible. And a lot of them were in this presentation here that's attached to the staff report. So anybody who's listening or watching, take a look, open up our agenda for this commission meeting and look at the presentation. And it's fascinating, all of this information that you created, especially the Cal EnviroScreen stuff, which is basically layers and layers of environmental, social, cultural, and other variables that help target certain populations within the city so that you understand where some of the greatest needs are. So it's just wonderful. So thank you very much for your presentation and all of your hard work.
Thank you, and thank you for drawing attention to those resources. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Rickards.
A couple of things. I've made a list of questions which I'm actually not going to ask you. We can talk, I'd be happy to pursue them, but I don't want to burden this conversation here. But there are a couple of things I want to do. One is to echo the things you've heard from everybody else, and in particular, Commissioner Leonard. I think that we're appreciative of the depth of the information that you've provided here in this case, and the layers that you're using to open up our understanding of the community. One of the things that I have been concerned about in a couple of places when I've watched us implementing plans like this in the past is that we gather input from people who are participating in our programs, but we don't gather information from the people who have not found adequate work inside the actual programs for themselves. And consequently, we end up not learning as much about some of the needs in the community of people who just did not have enough energy to follow up on that phone call when they found that they couldn't get enough attention from somebody in the department. So I appreciate the depth that you're going through. I do want to make one mention about school and parks collaborations, because projects like the Milwaukee program on the lighted schoolhouse and some of these other programs serve as examples for us. But they also are, in some ways, reminders of the fact that as much as we want to endorse these ideas, the actual skills to implement them are things we do not have. We just don't always know how to collaborate in these cases. And as much goodwill as we have, we're also going to have a lot of patience and a lot of persistence to ask of each other to take some care in these things. Another thing I've been wondering about, and I'm thinking in particular about the kinds of recommendations that have frequently come up about arts services in the community and how to work with theater space and what might be done at Vets Park, is that we oftentimes look at how we may need to develop new things in the department, but we don't often think about how to make better collaborations with independent providers in the community. There are several reasons why we don't pursue these. And we think about places like Venda, the New Arts Center there, Actors Gang, and other places which do not have the city as their priority. They have their own programs. But for us to learn how to use collaboration may in the long run be much more valuable than thinking about funding projects to create new resources and physical structures in the community. One other thing I wanted to really say something about and to appreciate is your way of trying to get activity ideas from the community about how to collaborate. New York City has a program in a place called the Museum of the City, which has an interactive program where people, when they attend the museum, can give ideas about things they need to see changed. Now, those ideas won't necessarily become low-hanging fruit suddenly implemented, but they do create an investment in the community by the department and a sense of investment by the community in the department. And I think sometimes, as much as we like to collaborate with each other, we leave people with a feeling that they haven't been heard. And there are both good reasons for that and things we actually could do something about. So I appreciate very much the kind of work you've been doing. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this a lot.
Great, thank you. And we'll look forward to the future conversations with the rest of your list as the summer continues.
So I also attended the El Marino meeting that we had. I'm sort of sad that there's only one more meeting, at least in the summer, there's only one planned, and we'll be back to them in the fall, but I really loved the format of that meeting. I thought it gave the public a lot of opportunity to get their feedback in unfiltered. I really liked that there was panels for each one of the parks, and you could just put a Post-it note of like, hey, this needs this, or this is great, or whatever you wanted, really. And I thought that was a great way to interact with the public, to get feedback. I definitely saw when you guys are cleaning up, taking pictures and documenting all of the comments and everything. So that's great. And I think that's the kind of interaction that people are appreciating. I was at a city council meeting last week where they were talking about another mobility activity that was going on, and much of the comments that came out from the public about the way that it was conducted, there's many references to what the PRCS and Olin are doing to reach out to the community, and that how these kinds of conversations. Another thing that was on the agenda that night was what to do with the old gun shop. Many people are like, we need to do like what Parks is doing to get feedback from the community. So we're clearly doing something right. So I really appreciate all the hard work, not only from you, but also from the PRCS department, because clearly we're doing something right. Because we're getting, people are comparing how we are conducting what we're doing in a positive way, and want to see more of that in other parts of the city. So I really appreciate that. I know part of the Parks Master Plan is also thinking about funding long-term. I know we're not really talking about that now, but it just kind of occurred to me, in the next 4 years in the United States, there's going to be the Club World Cup in 2025, the World Cup in 2026, the Olympics in 2028. These are going to be massive events that are going to draw a lot of different interest groups and people who are willing to finance upgrades, changes, new facilities, so forth. And I expect that there will probably be state, federal, and private monies around there. So I'm hoping you guys are looking into how we may leverage these international events that are going to be local to Los Angeles, that how we may leverage that to perhaps get some improvements in our parks that not only will support those events, but will also be long-term for us, right? And I know a lot of these big events, they prefer to like, hey, we don't want you to just come here and build a stadium and then nobody uses it. They really want something built out, right? So I'm hoping we can leverage something like that. I mean, I bring this up because I'm also on the subcommittee that's talking about the Olympics. So those are things we've been thinking about. And honestly, I know there's money that will be associated with these things. I just don't know anything about how we might be able to tap into that. But it is an opportunity to address some of the concerns the public has about kind of the costs of making the upgrades and moving our system into the 21st century. And that may be some ways that we can offset. So I'm hoping you guys are looking, I'm sure you guys are looking into it, but.
Yeah, that's absolutely, that's a really significant opportunity, especially we think about the infrastructure bills at the federal level. We look at some of the state opportunities, maybe not this year with the deficit, but other things that are coming down the pike, and county as well, and other sponsors, global sponsors that are looking to make their positive legacy in the coming years in LA. So we're looking at that. We'll be working more with the PRCS staff a little bit on the funding avenues, but certainly on the docket.
Great, thank you so much. Keep up the good work. This is really great. I know I'm trying to get the word out to everybody and anybody I can find, because the more feedback, the better. And giving everybody an opportunity to be heard so that they don't feel like, hey, I didn't get to say anything about it. Where did this come from?
Right, exactly. We don't want to get to September and October and somebody didn't hear about it. So tell all your friends. Big thanks to the PRCS staff. They've been very supportive and so responsive. I just want to compliment your team on how engaged they are in their work. And it's really appreciated as a consultant that does this sort of work across the country, to have such a lovely team to work with. So thank you all, and thank you to the PRCS staff.
Thank you. All right.
Chair, you
Yes.
also during the presentation had a public comment.
All right, we'll entertain that. 3 minutes, please.
I don't think I really need that long. I just wanted to say how much I did appreciate how much work you were doing, and I haven't had the opportunity to attend any of these meetings, but I'm looking forward to participating in them. And I just wanted to say that I have been pushing for native trees to be planted along our streets and in our parks for, I don't know, several years now. So I would love to see that, because not only are they good for drought, but they are also really good for our native fauna. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. If there aren't any further comments, either from the public or from members, I'll entertain a motion to receive and file.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Vice Chair Leonard, to receive and file the report from Olin regarding the Parks Plan. And you may start voting. And the votes are in, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item A3, approval of the updated athletic space allocation and uses policy, facility use policy, and the municipal plunge policy. And 2, other direction to Parks, Recreation, Community Services Department as desired.
Chair, you do have public comment on this item.
All right.
Do you want the public comment or the staff report first?
Let's go with the staff report first, and then we'll move on to actually, hold on. Is the public comment online or
Public comments in person.
in person? Okay.
Staff reports online.
All right, we'll then let's do the staff report first, and then we'll take the public comment.
So,
Thank you.
Delivering the staff report is April Bright Batson, who is a contract supervisor for the PRCS department and has been instrumental in creating and drafting these policies. So April, are you able to talk?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. Beginning with the fiscal year 21-22 work plans, the PRCS department committed itself to evaluate and refine the historic practices as they related to field allocation and use by community sports organizations and other organizations. The goal was to define and clarify the field allocation procedure for increased transparency, inclusiveness, and equity for all age groups, skill levels, and organizations. As PRCS began to evaluate the department's practices in regards to field allocation and usage, the department discovered that there were discrepancies and inequity throughout the rental operation, including field allocations, indoor rentals, and pool lane allocations. Considering the department as a whole, staff began updating and refining all allocation and rental guidelines to create universal language and policy among all of the areas. In addition to considering the department's historic practices, staff researched other municipalities in order to determine best practices for allocations and terms of rentals. Some cities that staff analyzed include West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Yorba Linda, Diamond Bar, Irvine, and Torrance. On April 2nd, 2024, the PRCS commissioners agreed that the policies needed to be looked at in more detail. At that meeting, the commissioners voted to create a field, room, and pool allocation and rental policy ad hoc subcommittee to review the documents with staff. Chair Palvi Mohammed and Commissioner Maggie Peters were selected for the subcommittee. Moving on to the discussion. Utilizing its research from other cities, PRCS has developed these 3 policies which will allow for transparent approach to allocating field space, renting PRCS facilities, and renting the municipal pool plunge. The athletic space allocation and usage policy, which is attachment 1, provides guidelines on how organizations from local nonprofits to non-resident for-profit organizations can reserve field space and which organizations get priority consideration. Facility use policy, which is attachment number 2, provides guidelines on how organizations from local nonprofits to non-resident for-profit organizations can reserve indoor field space in a PRCS facility and which organizations get priority consideration. And the last one, attachment 3, is municipal plunge policy, which provides guidelines on how organizations from local nonprofits to non-resident nonprofit or for-profit organizations can reserve lanes and sections of the water at the municipal plunge and which organizations get priority consideration. Staff took into consideration the full range of renters that occupy these spaces and the historic practices for priority consideration. The policies will allow for the public to understand priority consideration, the needed steps to rent either outdoor or indoor areas at all PRCS facilities. The subcommittee was able to review all 3 attachments and provide feedback and recommendations. On April 25th, 2024, the subcommittee met with staff to review their notes and answer any questions. The documents presented to the PRCS Commission reflect the updates from the subcommittee. If desired, the PRCS Commission can consider dissolving the subcommittee if it is deemed it has served its purpose. There are no anticipated financial impacts associated with this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and have those comments from the public. 3 minutes, please.
Okay, for 3 minutes, you have one, Marcy Bond.
You must expect this. When I read the policies, I haven't read the recent one, but when I read them, I think I expressed my concern last time that there were a number of them that didn't actually seem like they actually pertained to the plunge. But what I failed to mention was that there was nothing in there about the term or length of time that someone could swim at the plunge. And although I've spoken to Director Stevens multiple times about this, and I've spoken about this multiple times at the City Council, it's becoming a problem of accessibility for a lot of people. And I swim at a variety of pools now around this area because of the 55-minute limit. And it starts on the hour, it ends at 55 minutes. If you cannot make it on the hour, then you do not get full 55 minutes. And for a lot of swimmers, that is no-go, because not all of us can get there right at the top of the hour. And I'm a long-term swimmer. I've competed for years. So there's a lot of us that were using this pool, and I can tell you that pre-pandemic, we even had Janet Evans training in our pool when she was trying to make a comeback for the last Olympics 4 years ago, maybe it was 8 years ago. 8 years ago, she was trying to make a comeback, or 4 years, I don't remember exactly. And she trained at the plunge for 2 and 3 hours a day when it was 50 meters. She wouldn't be able to do that now because we are limited to 55 minutes. Hawthorne is completely open. As long as they're open for lap swimming, you can come in at any time and swim for as long as you want. I can tell you that most swimmers aren't going to swim more than an hour, hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half tops. You know, all of Los Angeles pools are completely open. Same thing. You drop in at any time, you leave at any time. Santa Monica has reopened like that, except for when the kids come in the afternoons. Then you have to reserve a lane, and it's more like what we have here, and you might have an hour. El Segundo is you get an hour, but they have 2 drop-in lanes. Their pool has very few people in it. I don't understand why they don't just have it open. And Culver City, we should just be open, because it has become an accessibility problem for those of us who can't make it at the top of the hour for whatever reason. And the last thing I want to say, I know I'm over my time, but I was speaking to someone last night who is also a swimmer, and he said he loves to swim at the plunge, but the policies are a challenge for him. He wasn't able to make it until 15 minutes after the hour. When he showed up, even though he'd reserved a time, they gave him a hard time. He didn't have his ID. They made him go back home, and at this point, he's going to have maybe 20 minutes to swim. I'm sorry, but that's not okay. We're not in pandemic anymore. There is no reason. This is a public pool. It is not a private pool. There is no reason for us not to open up. And I have met numerous people at all of these other pools. And when I say numerous, we're talking into like 50 plus, who used to love to swim at the plunge and will no longer swim at the plunge because of these policies. And personally, I think that's sad because Culver City, we've always been known as a welcoming city to our entire community. And I think that includes not just the people who live here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, hopefully, I guess, you know what, let me just, unless Commissioner Peters, you want to kind of summarize what we did on the subcommittee, or would you like me to do so? Go for it.
What did we do on the subcommittee? We really read line by line. And I believe we went through basically line by line, each three of the policies in a very long but very, very productive meeting. And I just want to say thank you to all the staff for all of their very hard work. And, you know, from my read of these, the new version of the policies, I think, you know, basically all of our comments were addressed. I have some notes, but otherwise, I think, you know, most of our comments and concerns were addressed, and I think these are in much better shape than they were.
I'll just add on that I spent many hours reading through and commenting extensively on all three policies. And again, I'll echo, I really do appreciate the hard work that was done by the department. I know how difficult this kind of thing is, and I didn't want to kind of make anybody feel bad that we're coming in and now I've got all these red lines throughout the documents, but we really wanted this to be a really solid set of documents because, you know, these don't get updated all that often, so we wanted to make sure it was pretty thorough. So I know I left a lot of comments and a lot of corrections, and it has resulted in a much better product. It was a good product to start with, now it's an even better product. Again, appreciate all the hard work and all the time that everybody's taken to try to pull this together. So with that, I'll open it up to other members' comments on any of the documents. Yes.
Chair Mohammed?
Yes.
I just also want to add, thank you to all of you that did spend these hours and hours and hours. And I also just wanted to address Marcy because she is here, and I did meet with her after the last meeting. She provided me her list of things, comments and issues that she had regarding the plunge policies. And if you recall in our meetings, I was like, hey, Marcy pointed this out here. And so her comments were taken into consideration and a lot of changes were made based on her comments. And so we did take input from the one public person who did take the time. Her comments were included in this process. So I just wanted to share that with the rest of the commissioners that did happen.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll let Commissioner Peters continue on with her.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, I'll let you tell me which is the way you want to go with this. We did get some input. I know we got some input from Commissioner Alexander. So I didn't know if you just wanted me to proactively go through those or if we wanted to do one at a time. When we get to her, she may have more than what she sent to us earlier. I don't know. I think you only sent me on 2 of the policies, so she may have some stuff on the third. But so I have hers with some of our responses ready to respond to hers. I know Commissioner Peters sent us a bunch of typos that she caught, and so we got those, and we'll be going through those to make those changes as needed as well. So I don't know if we just want to go to down each person, and I mean,
Some comments that I think address all 3. So, if you mind, there's a certain amount of, now what I really love that we've done is we kind of have the beginnings all the same-ish, but there's still a little bit where things are a little bit different. So Section 5, the general regulations that are in the facilities and the plunge policy isn't in the athletic space allocation, and it's not consistent between the documents right now. So just making sure, I would say that for the first couple sections that I would read them, this is just more advice, I would like print them out and look at them page by page and make sure that to the extent that they're supposed to be, that they're exactly the same. I also had a question, like section 3 in all 3 has stuff about alcohol and smoking provisions, but those aren't really definitions, I didn't think. So should that be in this general regulation time, general regulation section? And then the final sort of, the next sort of general comment is there's language about the director that says his or her. Should that be there to be more gender neutral? Because at some point we could have a non-binary individual as our director. And then just making sure like general formatting, like style of numbering is the same on all the documents because the plunge has different, this is getting far down there. So it had different numbering style and sometimes this is Microsoft Word killing you, is the different indents. At times like stuff got indented in the wrong place.
So I would like to say that we have fixed the municipal plunge.
Okay.
So the numbering is the same in all 3.
Awesome. Yeah, so just, that beginning section where you have kind of like the same stuff, basically, just making sure that that's got the same stuff. In particular, I noticed that only the plunge document has something about anti-discrimination language, about rentals. Like the very last one in the plunge is about anti-discrimination, but that's not in the facility use, and none of that's in the athletic space. And then we could go document by document.
Okay. Okay, let me do this since Adam had an answer already. So, Director Stevens, maybe give us the feedback that you got first and see if that covers some of the other questions people have, and then we can go back round table here. Yes.
If I have kind of like an overarching question that would apply to all 3, that's sort of like, what's your philosophy of dealing with it? Would this be the appropriate time?
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead.
This is a rather open-ended question, and it is one of the ones that I had sent in advance, but I was curious how you go about balancing the operational needs of the department with your ability to have all these regulations reasonably enforced. And the reason that I asked was a curious thing that I found out. I'm just going to use this as an example. We have had commentary to us from the public regarding some issues on closure times for the paddle tennis courts at Olinda. And it turned out that in my inquiry of the police department and the city attorney, I said, well, if somebody's there after hours, is that a trespass? And yes, it could be considered that, but then the police department would say, but they had a concern because the signage says open from, and it lists a time in the morning when it's open, and then it says dusk. They said, we need to, and we actually had hours, to put what those hours on there in order that if we get the unfortunate circumstance such as we've had at the paddle tennis courts, that the police may need to be called, that they could actually help us to enforce the rules that we have. So I'm wondering about just the general philosophy of how you balance the operational needs with our ability to enforce reasonableness in the rules to keep people safe and to make sure that, we're collecting the right amount of monies for the operation and so forth.
I'll do my best to try to answer. So that was a lot there. With regards to the hours, it's interesting that you brought that up. but, and PD with enforcing and 1 hours. And then you actually sent me a picture. You noticed that we had kind of put some temporary, that we're getting all new signage because of the new Muni codes. But in the meantime, PD requested hours. We found an ordinance, I think it's all of the parks except for, maybe Adam can help me, I think it was Fox Hills and, do you remember what the other one was? I can't remember. I can send it to you separately, but it was Fox Hills and one other park that close at like, at dusk. But all the other ones say 10:30. And this was a really old resolution from the city council a while back. I would note that the new municipal code does allow the director some leeway in closing all of a park or portions of a park for different things, different reasons and times. Not that I would start doing that, but it is available if we needed it. And really, it wasn't so much the paddle tennis courts where this came up, but it was more Tellefson and Carlson and parks where we were having people staying after park closing at 10:30. And so they needed those signs updated for that. As far as balancing operational need and or enforcing, I mean, most of these are administrative regulations or even like regulations as far as like permit groups and things like that. And so our staff will enforce those types of things, fields, permits, things like that. However, if the group is uncooperative and won't take the direction of staff, and the staff has the, they can call PD or the park patrol officers for assistance. But our staff generally will be the first line of defense as far as enforcing the codes if they're there, if they're around. If it's like a permit group, there's staff there. So they would be enforcing that. And then a lot of these are just administrative regulations on the internal of processing refunds and processing the permits and things that are required. So I don't know if I'm answering all of your question.
Yeah, sort of. I was just trying, it's generally for the public. I want them to have an understanding that, yes, we need to do this in order to operate. We have a lot of facilities and we need to have some basic levels of control for the safety and everything for the community. So even though it may look like the many pages that I thank my subcommittee members and staff for going through, it is something that's definitely something that we need to run the operation.
Yeah, and I think it's also about, as we mentioned in the staff report, it's about being transparent with how are you deciding who can use the facility and who can't?
Yes.
Well, we're deciding based off of this. Are you a nonprofit? Are you not a nonprofit? Or what's allowed, what's not allowed in the parks? It's so that staff aren't just making things up. They can point to something and say, this is why we're doing what we're doing, because this is our policy.
I guess one other question that's sort of related to this. So these are policies that we're adopting, and this doesn't go to the council, or does it?
These are administrative policies for us on our level, so.
So if you needed to change something in a major way, it would be something that might occur on a future addenda then?
I would say if it was something, if I was going to change something major, I would probably bring it back. Just to get, in order to be transparent and, you are the body to advise us. And so I would bring it to you for your advisor. You represent the public to give us the public input and advise on our policies and procedures and things like that. So, but if it was just, changing something that was inconsequential, a typo or something, or referencing the wrong number, I think I would feel comfortable making that change without notifying you.
We hope you would.
So, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you said you had some other ones to address there. Just give you the opportunity.
Yes, so that was her first overarching one here on, I think this is the athletic space usage policy. And I think that was where we had that overarching question. Going through athletic one, thank you for putting them in numerical order, but we got an issue with 3.3 and 3.4 where the definitions are the same, so we're gonna fix that. Some of that definition was mistaken. 391, I'm trying to understand how this section and the section later on parking lots would apply to the issue we had where we had a student group that was doing fundraising for UCLA in our parking lot. And it has to do with fundraising and IRS designation and permit. So 391, if we look at it, it's just basically defining what a nonprofit is and all the requirements that are required as far as the determination letter, a Form 990, registration with the California State of Secretary of State, which is actually one that a lot of nonprofits forget about, registration with the California Attorney General's office. That's another one that's forgotten a lot. So I guess I don't know how much. I mean, these are a lot of these are all the requirements that we would have for a nonprofit.
So
I'm not-
basically, if there's any group that would like to do a fundraiser for anything,
Right.
they would need to contact the department in order to be able to.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that in the part, like that group technically wasn't supposed to be there.
Okay. I'm sorry I had to use that one as an example, you know,
Yeah, had they been on the sidewalk, they would have been okay, but it being in the parking lot was an issue, or being on the park. And they didn't have a permit either, so yes.
Okay.
Chair, can I address what they're talking about?
Yeah, hold on a second, Vice Chair. how do-
Yeah,
Yeah, so just since we're on that one, I also had sort of noted this. I believe that 3.9.1 is intended to not say Culver City-based nonprofits. I think that's supposed to be just all, any nonprofit must meet blah, 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 all the way down, because down below in 310, you reference Culver City-based nonprofits that must meet and maintain all the requirements of what's now 3.9.
that sounds right. April, does that?
So I think the
right?
Culver City-based nonprofit in 3.9.1 was intended to say refer to all nonprofits, and any nonprofit must meet da-da-da-da, and then the Culver City-based are, it's also referring to both. I think that might be.
I think you're right.
Yes, you are correct. All nonprofits must meet and maintain these for the duration, and that doesn't just go for field allocations, that goes for any nonprofit, plunge or facility or field.
And this is one of those things that it is different I think this is old language that didn't get updated, but looks different. If you go to the plunge policy or the facilities policy, I think it's more like it's a little cleaner. So I would just double check. And also, like, in this version of it, 3.9.1.1.7 has this, an organization that has
Too many numbers.
Yeah, I think that's off, too.
That's too many numbers.
Every player on the team, and has a minimum play rule. I don't know that's not necessarily a requirement of being a nonprofit. I think that's for, like, the priority.
Yeah, we do have that covered in another section.
That's for the
specifically.
priority.
But I think I believe it looks much cleaner.
There is a mistake in 310 though, where it says C 3.8, it's supposed to be C 3.9.
But if you look at like the plunge policy, a lot of anything about Culver City is struck from that, but it has all of the. So this is just, again, like checking them next to each other, side by side, will probably be helpful.
Okay, then we had a question about 311, where we referred to, for the purposes of field allocation, actual total enrollment from the previous year's official team rosters. I think that the question was, do we mean calendar year, rolling year? I think we're just meaning the previous season. So do we just want to say the previous season then? Or the previous, because if it's fall ball, spring, like you'd want to say the previous corresponding season or equivalent season, correct, April?
Correct.
Okay. 3.15, everybody plays. Does an angry parent have any recourse to the city? If not, then specify what kind of prayers will be. So 3.15, that, I don't think that's necessarily meant for like parents to like complain to us. That's just mean, does the league have that like policy? Like little leagues, AYSO, they all have like an everyone plays, everyone participates philosophy, as opposed to like a club team that doesn't have that. And so we would give priority to leagues and or teams that have and everybody plays, like, and actually in their bylaws, like in their standards. So that's what that's referring to, not, so it wouldn't be something where a parent could complain to us that their kid didn't get to play in the game.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I just wondered, since we're calling it out as something desirable, which I think it is in our policy, that we direct them that if they have an issue, the recourse is back to the league.
Yeah, it would be.
I would say 3.15 is not indicating it's desirable or not. It's just defining.
It's just defining what it is.
Everybody plays. We discuss later on, when it comes to priorities, yeah, if you must meet this
Yeah,
requirement.
everyone who signs up gets put on a team.
Right.
Just a quick note on, so 3.15, must allocate equal playing time. I don't think Little League or AYSO necessarily requires equal playing time.
Yeah, that's probably.
So I think we need a different word there. And I couldn't come up with like what would be, because it's not really equitable. Maybe it's substantial or significant playing time.
Minimum, I think it
Or
has.
minimum.
There we go, that's a
That
better one.
works.
Yeah, I think that's how it actually works.
Because there's a minimum rule that every kid must, you know.
Like 2 innings or 3, or they can only sit one
sit.
inning in a
Yeah,
row. They
can
can't
only
sit back-to-back
sit a certain,
innings.
like, in AYSO, everybody has to play.
So I mean, it means every team must allocate minimum playing time to each rostered participant.
There you go.
So that would cover that. 4.2, Culver City Unified School District, any event or program sponsored by the Culver City Unified School District. How does PRCS go about determining who is sponsored by the CCUSD? Well, the joint use agreement actually requires them to identify in writing who those people are. So the new joint use agreement that we're finalizing will say who's covered by this agreement. So,
And so if a group comes and they're not, you ask them to check with the school district to see if they want to include them on the list then.
yeah, they would have that writing. But, yeah. Do we require addresses for proof? So 441 and through 445, do we require addresses for proof of the 50% plus one status? And have there been prior issues with this? Specifically, no, there haven't been issues, but this was never required before. But yeah, we would just require that they, show us proof that they have residency. They don't have to give us necessarily all the home addresses, private information, but we would just need confirmation that these are residents to meet that requirement, to get priority status. And that's only if they want to get priority status. If they don't care about priority status, then they wouldn't have to prove that. Any other questions?
I had to interject on that one. When doing the research for this, one of the things that a lot of the other cities did talk about was how much of that is an issue for them, and that they do have people that register for their sports and that they know they need to maintain residence. The local Little League needs to maintain residency. And so people they just make up addresses, right? Even though that's not like where a house is, or, they get 10 kids that all live at the same address, right? But that not all 10 of those kids are living in the same house. So the organizations that figure out quickly that they get priority over other organizations in terms of field space allocation, they will put requirements on residency in order to participate. And so it does really become a big thing for a lot of organizations. Specifically, like Irvine has a 90% residency requirement in order to be one of their top priority allocation groups. And so they have a lot of issues with it as well.
May I ask one other question related to what, her name is April, you said?
April.
Yes.
Yes.
So you said Irvine's 90, ours, and Director, you said we didn't have this before, is 50% plus one.
Yeah.
How do we go about choosing that? Is that kind of like the midpoint of other cities that have these? Or you want to start here and see how it goes?
I mean, April, you can comment on this. This is probably what most cities use.
No, a lot of cities are higher than that. But taking into some of the historic uses of Culver City, and that we are a small kind of geographical city, but we do service a lot of the surrounding areas, right? And so people who live in some of the unincorporated areas, play in the Little League in ASO. So a lot of this did come from the historical usage of it. This is a recommendation from staff, and that doesn't mean that people won't have different opinions on that.
I will say that Little League is pretty strict about checking residency. I mean, Little League, you gotta be like submitting your everything, birth certificates.
Yep.
Because there've been a lot of Little League scandals about that. So, and I think AYSO isn't quite as
Hey, I just
rigorous,
submitted,
but
I just
you
submitted
have
a
to
birth
submit-
certificate,
Yeah,
so
birth
it's in there.
certificate, you have to submit documentation. So at least, two of our major users who fit under the D1 category right now, I think this isn't an issue. It might become an issue if we had new organizations come in, but at least right now, because, a lot of, the D1s are really Little League AYSO.
Right.
And so I think this might be less of a concern with, I think they're decent about checking. But I think that's something we could watch.
Yeah, I think it's something we can evaluate as when this gets implemented and we start gathering the data from, we can start seeing if there's issues. Okay, should I move on? Okay, next item on the list here is 5.2.1. Should the Code of Ethics bully-free policy be included in the appendix section? And really, we're requiring that all the groups have their own policy, bully-free. That's something we want each organization to have, not something that we're going to develop for them.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I made the same comment on my draft here, but so does the bully-free agreement you said is sort of the responsibility of the organization to have that on? Is that
Yes.
the same for the parent code of ethics and and youth sports concussion protocols? Those
Yes.
three things kind of popped out here.
Yeah, we don't want to be responsible for writing those for someone else.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I know that Little League has those already. At least when I register my kids for it, I have to sign those. So we don't have AYSO where I live, but I think they might have it as well already.
They do.
I'm sure they do. 5.2.5 talks about background checks. The comment was should we specify background checks are for adults? I think the verbiage says coaches and team managers, which I think should be adults.
It's not necessarily the case for ASO. They can have
Under 18?
under 18
Coaching?
coaches. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, do they require them to, I guess they could require them to get live scanned. So that would still, if they're coaching,
They require all coaches.
yeah, so they would still be covered
background
by that.
Live scan.
Okay.
Yeah, coaches and team managers, so it doesn't matter if they're a kid or an adult. They'd be required. Does that answer your,
Yes.
okay. 7.6. And so the policy is changes will not be made on the day of the activity or rental. And the comment is no changes day of rental. If it's a no harm, no foul request that can be accommodated and they pay some premium, why not allow it? So I think April, you wrote, we could have allocated or rented the space to another group. That's maximum. So I guess we're just wondering like what that means as far as, I mean, what kind of changes? Like, what would you? I think for us, the change would be like, oh, I didn't want 4 hours. I only wanted 3 hours. Well, on the day.
I was thinking the other way. Let's say they wanted more time and you didn't already have the space allocated and we could get more revenue.
Yeah, I mean that type of thing. I think wouldn't be an issue if they were going to pay for it. I think the issue would be the other way around. If they've reserved for 4 hours, now they only want 3. Well, we could have rented it to someone else, and we
Right.
don't know. But we told them it wasn't available, so
Right.
we wouldn't make that type of change. So,
How much, so let's go with the hypothetical of I want some more time while I'm here. Right, you've allocated staff time specifically for this, and you may have other things that staff may need to do at the end of that
Right.
event. So that's kind of where I was like, okay, I was at peace with this because
Right.
you've got to manage staff and if somebody comes and makes last minute changes on you, you may have the flexibility,
Right.
but then it's a judgment call and then this gets gray.
yeah, if we have the policy just says no,
Yeah.
and the answer is no, but theoretically, yeah, possibly if we could, depending on what the situation is, but as a general rule, the answer would be no.
Oh, yeah, I understand the general rule.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that ever happens or if somebody had it available. I was just thinking, hey, if you have it, more revenue, why not?
Yeah.
Well, we heard
And
people
my
want
que-
extra time at the pool, so I could imagine it happening
And
elsewhere
if
as
it's a
well.
field, they're more than likely just going to stay the extra hour and not tell us anyway.
Yeah.
And unless we catch them. But I don't want to encourage that to anyone that's listening.
Sometimes the
Because we do
request-
have people that patrol, and so we can catch them.
Sometimes the people who make those day of requests are coaches and or people who are on site, but not necessarily part of the organization management. And so the permit holders are the ones that need to make those changes and not just like the coach or whoever happens to be out there on the field, because the organization is ultimately responsible and ultimately has to pay that fee. So we want to make sure that those messages are all coming from the people who are in charge and not just the people on site.
Yeah, that would happen a lot when I was in Long Beach, where we'd have coaches call and say, we need the lights to stay on an extra hour for practice. And we're like, no, that's got to come from the league president. We can't just do that because there was charges involved. So I think that's what April's referring to. Okay, next item, 7.8. Talks about city staff are not assigned exclusively to each event, but available for maintenance purposes. PRCS department may, in their sole discretion, require permittee to hire additional staff to be dedicated to their event at permit holder's expense. And I think the comment from Commissioner Alexander was curious. Can you provide an example of when extra staff have been assigned? I don't know if I was able to get a specific example, but I could see that being an issue, talking about a group that's really large, to where we did feel like we had to have an assigned staff person there for the entire event. Related to fields, this is probably would be more of an issue that would come up with like facility use and things like that, or like a special event on one of our fields. So they've got a large special event and they're using the parking lot and they need a staff person to kind of make sure that no one else is parking in the lot when they're there, or, so it would, mostly would probably be for something that's really large.
So this would be potentially a catch-all for something that might not rise to the level where they would have to get the special event permit, but has something
we would
regarding the
require-
event that you needed extra
Yeah,
staff.
or we're concerned that, their event may encroach on something, and so we want to make sure there's someone there. It could be, it just gives us the leeway if we feel like there's going to be a requirement to have more staff there. 8.15. Or is it 8.1.5? It's talking about denial of use, and the requester has previously used city facilities and failed to comply with city regulations. How would you handle it if it's the same suspects under a new name? I think director could still deny, correct? And the answer is yes. And staff are sometimes pretty good about vetting those people out, like, this looks familiar. Next question is 8.3. Policy on closing. The director in his or her sole discretion may declare any park either in its entirety. So that's straight from the municipal code. And this is where you said you just went by Blair Hills Park today and saw a sticker. It says the park's closed from 10:30 to 5. I need to double check. That might have been the other park, so that sticker might have been incorrectly placed there, but I'll double check and get back to you on that one.
5 seemed a little early, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, but that's what was in the council's resolution, were those hours, but there was 2 exceptions, and Fox Hills was one. I can't remember what the other one was. It might have been Blair Hills. I'll double check. Otherwise, that would be the correct time. 14.3. Under field exchange, so any organization that has been permitted to use a field and determines that they will not need to use the field shall notify the city. How is non-use of fields monitored? We have park ambassadors that rover, like I was mentioning earlier, that go to all the fields and they keep track. So like if someone's not supposed to be on the field and there's someone on it, they can log that, or they can go talk to the people, and vice versa. If there's nobody there but it is permitted, they'll make a note of that as well. So we do have rovers that go through. 17.1.4 was a typo, I think, for locks. No additional locks, so we got that one. 21.1 basketball, it's no plural S, so we'll make that change. I think it was just another typo.
I had a question about that one there, because it says basketball, handball, racket and paddle tennis. Tennis does not mention our favorite pickleball. So I thought that was maybe going to be paddle sports. Were we going
Or
with?
racket sports?
Racket sports. I think we,
Courts?
or we got to say pickleball.
I think it would just be a racket.
Racket sport. So instead of, because it's racket and also racket tennis and tennis, I think are the same thing. So that was just something I had flagged as.
I saw your flag and I changed it to racket sports. So that way it can encompass any new sports that may arise in the future as well.
You laugh, but I did read about a very fancy one that not for the regular public, it's for the really rich people, but it's similar to pickleball, but it's a higher, I don't know. I was
is
like,
that
please
the
don't bring
one-
this here.
The one with the glass sides and
Oh,
you can
yeah,
ride
yeah,
out
yeah.
of the courts, yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
There's
yeah.
actually
Like,
about
don't bring
4
that
or
here.
5 other racket sports that we don't even deal with here that I.
And then there's another comment on 21.1. It says, courts not related to primary purposes. Do we want this kind of wide open policy given the already known issues with pickleball?
Okay, I'm going to try not to stray into what's a later agenda item. or actually, I think we've already scheduled it for next month to discuss racket sports and all of that. So this pertains back to the question that I had for you earlier in terms of potentially changing policies later. I know we had a lengthy discussion, even though we may have strayed too far at our last meeting, regarding racket sports and how we're going to deal with all of that. So if indeed we can change these later, then maybe I don't have the same concerns about the language that we're talking about here in terms of, primary purpose and whether they can make alterations and all that. I just know that we heard a lot, we had about 7 people come up here and talk to us about the issues that and staff has already told us about the issues we have already had regarding the designated paddle tennis courts, not pickleball courts, but paddle tennis courts on Alinda, so.
Right. Yeah, I think you could make that argument for the nexus on those, whether or not they're intended for that or not. It is a racket sport. I think the purpose of this is, I'll just give you, for instance, so we had a special event, Skate Side. One of our vendors just had a special event over at the skate park and the surrounding park area, and they wanted to do roller skating on the basketball court. And we were like, but what they did was they actually purchased or rented a floor of like a safe flooring to protect the basketball court, and then we allowed the roller skating on there. So that's where we allowed it, but only under certain provisions. So I think that's more like what this policy, April, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's what this policy is trying to allow.
Yes, it is.
Right. So I think it's basically, it says may be acceptable. In other words, they have to get permission from us to use a court for something outside of what it's normally used for. I mean, we could probably argue for an hour or so if pickleball should be played on paddle tennis courts, but maybe that'll be for next month. Well, that'll be part of our conversation. So, should I move on?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess that pertains to the next one, 21.22, so you can jump to 21.4.
4. What about looking at 21.4? No more than 50% of the courts within any park may be utilized by instructors providing instruction for compensation. So the comment was, what about looking at percentage of courts overall being used for instructional purposes? Perhaps we need a racket sports subcommittee to deal with all those court issues before opening things too widely to non-playing purposes.
That pertained to all the comments above, and we are going to be discussing it at our next meeting, so.
Okay. And then parking lots and spaces, 22. The comment is, should we consider a ban on these places or on the parking lots and spaces for sales and solicitation, except maybe for permitted sidewalk vendors? Too easy for smash, grab, and drive away. So I don't know if you wanted to elaborate.
Yeah,
I don't know that, I mean, other than what's in the sidewalk vending policy, I don't know that we allow sale and solicitation of the parking lots.
I wasn't clear, that's why I was asking.
I know they can't do it without a permit, for sure, because that came up with that specific group. So they would have to pull a permit for something like that.
Okay, so there's no concern about, I'm concerned for the people who are running the event and handling, particularly if there's exchange of money involved. It just seems like, and I know that prior to your time, there was really a lot of discussion, maybe staff can fill you in about this, about how the Fiesta has over time evolved in terms of, cashless is obviously best, but whenever you have any kind of cash transaction involved, there has to be some level of concern about who's handling it and farther away from the place where somebody could, go driving on by with a car and and do something, is where I was coming from on that.
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, parking lots are for parking. I mean, unless the parking lot's blocked off to not allow parking in there. And then that more than likely is going to start crossing into a special event permit, things like that. So I think that would cover that.
Honestly, the liability for you getting robbed is not on the parks, right? Like, I don't think that's something that,
No, but if it happens, then that's going to be the PD involved, and when we
Sure.
just not.
well, but that has really nothing to do with specifically any parks policy though, right? Like, it's not like we're inviting theft here or forbidding theft. That's covered in a different part of the municipal code. So I don't think that this is specifically talking about how things you can and cannot do in the parking lots. And obviously theft is one of those things you should not be doing in the parking lot, but again, not covered by this policy, covered by the municipal code, right? So that's really kind of where I'm at with this particular item. I mean, we can't, sure, do we want to put a general policy that you shouldn't steal things in the park? I mean, yeah, we could do that, but I think that's kind of a given. And I don't think it really adds anything to this policy where this is specifically aimed at monitoring and controlling the parking lots that are in parks.
There's also a part of the document, and I'm blanking on where it is right now, that basically is like, you also still have to follow all federal, state, and city laws and municipal code while in the parks. So that is still covered in there. And since theft is a state law, that, and probably city code too.
County, too, don't
County?
forget them.
Okay, I'm just working, okay, I'm fine with it. I just work from an abundance of caution based on my prior career in terms of how you deal with things regarding handling money, that's all.
Yeah, so really, none of this policy talks about handling money at all, other than you need to get a permit. And it doesn't even specify all the details on that. That's
just the
kind of
fees.
money things that are mentioned in here, so. But I understand your concern, but like, I don't think that's really something that is to be addressed in this, but we can agree to disagree on that.
Okay. So I will move on to 25, which deals with modifications and major maintenance. The question or comment was, she just said, I'm guessing that this happens or wouldn't be here. I guess I'm just leery. So this would, I mean, for the most part, this must be like, let's say, like the Little League says, we want to have the field laser leveled. Do you care if we do that? And so they would, obviously, we would want them to get permission from us before they did that. And so we would have, these are the requirements that they would have to follow. If it was going to be something more substantial, like we want to build a brand new snack bar, okay, well,
That could be,
that's probably going to go to council and get approval from council. And like, so that wouldn't necessarily be something that I would give permission for, but something minor like that, but that's kind of what this is for the most part. So anything super major would probably go through the council. Does that help? Okay. 27.6. Lawn bowling, this is having to do with anything that would puncture the turf. Croquet, putting, and other lawn activities that do not include equipment that puncture, is that? So your comment was, so jarts are out because they puncture the turf, correct? And yeah.
I don't even know if they sell these things anymore. They always seem to be pretty dangerous, and I couldn't believe my parents. Do you
Right.
know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so any pointed flying objects would be something that, yeah, we wouldn't allow.
Okay, great.
And April said that she still found them for sale online. She had to look, but she found them.
eBay.
No, Amazon.
Oh,
I am
okay.
brand new.
Amazon.
Oh, wow.
Okay, peppering, there's a question, I guess, just what peppering was.
No, I found it. I just wanted to know, is there a problem with, I know the hard ball's going to have an issue with that, but is there also an issue if we have the equivalent of peppering for soccer or no?
Yeah, I mean, This is peppering the baseball, but yeah, I guess they could, well, that's just the backstop, but like, it's really the issue with fences, because then it just starts damaging the fence. I mean, I guess that could be an issue with a soccer ball too, I guess, if someone wanted to keep kicking a soccer ball at the fence. What do you think, April?
It says at any time or at no time shall any park user participate in peppering the baseball backstop or any city structure.
Okay, so it's,
Technically, that would cover
So that
a
would cover
soccer
soccer.
ball using the fence.
very good. Thank you, April. 31.7.21. I think that's supposed to be 0.2.1.
Yep, and somehow the 5 got deleted, so we added that back in.
Okay, it was 5 minutes. And then Appendix A, this shows a fee schedule. I know this, some of the other commissioners were asking about this. Fee schedule from 2013 and 14. Please don't tell me these are the fees. Yes, those are the current fees right now. But I will add that our finance department is in the process of they just did a very large, comprehensive fee analysis, comparing us to other cities, things like that. And it should be coming out, I think, in the coming months, weeks, or months. We'll have a new updated fee schedule. So,
If my fellow commissioners could bear with me for one moment to discuss this particular item on going 10 years without having an adjustment to your fees and charges schedule. We know, because the city adopts contracts with the employees, that there are going to be certain salary adjustments and so forth built into the system on periodic basis. And we also know that some number of the services provided by any department are going to be related to labor costs. So some portion of fees and charges could be adjusted more than every 10 years, because I know the contracts only exist maybe 2 or 3 years at the maximum. So I should have prefaced this whole thing by saying that this precedes Director Stevens being here. And I don't know if I should be directing this potentially more to the finance director, although she's been here 2 or 3 years now. I can't remember. Anyway, my concern is also for the public, because on the one hand, people don't like to pay more for anything because, especially now during inflationary time periods. On the other hand, when you go 10 years without adjusting your fees, the sticker shock of bringing it up to whatever it's going to be after a 10-year period is going to engender a lot of questions. And then I know we're saying that the totality of the policies, and I agree, have no financial impact, but we all know we're scrambling, the city's scrambling, this particular department is always scrambling for money. I think it's a problem that we've gone for a 10-year period without having these adjusted. It doesn't help our situation with the public, with anything, if we don't have them looked at more periodically and have something in there that at least is going to drive the labor cost component of whatever the fees are that are going for the department to be adjusted more periodically, because we know those are built in there. And then obviously the other costs regarding buying mulch or paying for water. I mean, maybe some of these things are also known in advance in terms of what your water charges are. And so those could be built into some kind of a matrix that could then be at least presented to the city council to look at, because ultimately they're going to be the ones to make the choice on an annual basis, because the fees and charges go forward to them on an annual basis, whether they wish to continue, as they have in the past, to subsidize certain operations, say for children's programs. You can come and say, hey, the full cost is this, and everybody says, wait, some of this is a public service, so we're only going to charge 50% or 70% or whatever. I guess what I'm arguing here for is the city council needs to know that, and they need to make the decision. So I would argue in the future, for at least the next 3 years, that I'm going to be sitting here on the dais, that I guess I will be asking the question whether we're working with the finance department in order to be able to do those things, in order to help the department to continue with its programming and maintenance and so forth. I'm off my soapbox.
I do believe the finance department did meet with staff a while back when they were going through this process. And there's going to be public comment. It's going to city council. So it'll have to be approved by city council. There will be opportunities for public comment and for all of these issues to be addressed and for you to bring up. But I believe Lisa and her team are doing a good job of taking all these things into consideration going forward. Like you said, she's only been here a short time, so I'm glad that she identified this as a priority and has gotten this taken care of, because, you're correct. So, but it will be going to council, there will be public meetings, and so you all have the opportunity to provide comments and feedback on it.
I would also like to urge, sorry, Chair.
Go ahead, go for it.
Not to look at the fact that it's a 2014 fee study and believe that nothing has been done for the last decade. The fee study was started in 2018, and it was supposed to go to City Council in 2020. And I think everyone here can remember that year had other things that happened. And so the thing did get paused. Whether that's right or not, you can decide on that. But I don't want you to think, oh, did no one in the city think about fees for the last decade? It was that other things prohibited it from moving forward.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. I know that it was Director Lakin, which was the predecessor to the current director's predecessor, who was originally going to push forward for fee increases, and then the event happened, and everything got derailed. So, yeah, yes, 100% fees need to be looked at and updated. I don't think anybody here would argue that, so we 100% agree with you. But there has been an attempt at it and just was derailed, as many other things were derailed by the pandemic. And so only 2 of us here would remember that happened.
So that was the extent of what I had in the email from Commissioner Alexander. So on the athletic space allocation uses policy, I'm going to hear more.
Okay.
We're on the athletics one. Is there anything else?
I think I'm getting nods that you do have one other thing. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
So I have sort of the same general comments from Commissioner Peters, and also Commissioner Alexander referenced a number of things too. Just in terms of formatting, consistency, that kind of thing. I cut some typos also, so for things like that, I think maybe I could just give you my document and you can just double check and make sure you saw all of these. I do have a couple of specific questions though.
Okay.
So in this, and we're in the athletic space still. So 3.13, it references an email. And so my question is there a more specific email address? Where does that one go? info@culvercity.org. That sounds like it could go into some very vast ethers. So I was just suggesting perhaps maybe there is something a little bit more specific to PRCS or something that could be helpful there.
Sorry, what was the reference number?
3.13.
3.
And again, I don't expect it.
Wait, 3.1.
It's on page 7.
It's the in writing definition.
No, that's just a weird little typo thing, I think. What I'm referring to is the email address.
Yeah, it's in the same 3.13 has in writing.
Yes.
To be completed online by visiting appropriate Culver City PRCS official webpage. If additional assistance is needed, please visit city staff at the PRCS office, and email inquiries may be sent to info@culvercity.org.
Right, and my comment is, that sounds like an extremely general email address. Is there something that's more specific that could help people actually get to PRCS more directly?
So Vice Chair, we do have shared inboxes. So info@culvercity.org, I believe, is one of the PRCS's shared inboxes, which then gets routed to staff. And we have various staff who have access to that particular shared inbox.
Great, okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember that, like, it comes in and then it kind of gets routed through. Okay, that, I just wanted to make sure that people were able to get to you. The other thing, a little bit further down, I have a question about, with regard to, do all events and programs and use of space require a permit?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm thinking that, or is it just really certain types of things? Because there's a lot of reference, obviously, to the permit process and so forth.
Which, is there a number that you're referring to?
I have the comment at number 4 with the classifications, but I think the reason that I have that there is because there are a number of components that are part of the permit or could potentially be part of the permit process, like site plans, lighting plans, fire permit that permit process can be very complex depending on the nature of the event. And I was just thinking that it might be helpful, maybe not necessarily associated with this policy specifically, but it might be helpful for some kind of a matrix or something if someone is considering an event and they need to get a permit. These are all the things that you might need to consider, and then have something like that. Other than, obviously, on the permit application, all of those things are probably there. But I was just trying to think of, this process can be rather daunting for somebody to, want to have a party for 100 people in a park, say.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying is should we have something that just defines when a permit is required? Like,
Yes.
so like I know like in Long Beach, you were required to have a permit anytime you had more than 25 people.
Okay.
Or if you were occupying a space that's a rentable space, like a picnic shelter or something like that. So that was the definition there.
So maybe that's what I'm sort of fishing for, actually, is how does one know what they need to do?
Right, so if someone's just having a baby shower in open space on some grass somewhere,
Right,
do they need a permit?
unless there are candles involved.
I guess for the athletic use policy, I guess the question would be, okay, I'll give you a semi-hypothetical. If my spouse is working with some girls over the summer to like practice softball, how many girls would he have to have for it to suddenly be, you can't just be using the baseball field when nobody's there? It suddenly starts looking like a team, and you should be paying for that.
That's where, well, if they're, first of all, if they're charging, then they're running a business, so that would be an issue.
But let's say they're not
But
charging.
like, let's just say it's like me with my daughter and 2 of her friends, and we're just out hitting pop flies. That's not gonna require a permit.
Now, let's say there's 10 kids there.
But now that's a team.
Okay.
I think at that point now you're, if it, I don't want to quote that definition from the Supreme Court, but I think you know it when I think you know it when you see
Yeah.
it, kind of thing. Like if it looks organized, and there's it looks like a practice, and it looks organized. At
Because
that
I know
point.
I've seen like people working with kids playing soccer at vets, but only working with 2 or 3 kids. I'm pretty sure that dude's probably charging the parents.
Probably.
But like, you could imagine a situation whereby you had like somebody's basically starting to start a club team and like they didn't get space and they're just like jumping on the fields. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Whereas for the question about like parties and things like that, the facility use document I thought was pretty clear.
Yeah. Because that's more for picnic shelters. This is for sports fields.
Yeah, that's helpful.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this would kind of come up with, hey, all my friends at Sony, at lunchtime, we go play a quick pickup game of soccer at Vets, and then we go back to the office, right? Like, does that need a permit?
No.
Yeah, so, and that could involve,
Again, I think
20
you go out
people,
there,
right?
now if
So-
we saw people with pinstripe referees out there.
Yeah.
We'd be like, okay, what's going on?
right,
So I don't know if that's a line somewhere that can be put in, or it just, I'll leave it to you to do whatever you
I'll look
think
at
needs to
that.
be done. I only have a couple more really for this, because a number of the things that I found were sort of consistent across the policy issues. So this one is specific, and it goes across all of the policies. The language, okay, so I'm in 4.5. The language, is the first place I saw it, was over the age of 18. It should be, and I think in the plunge policy, it does say 18 or older. Because in one point somewhere it said, under the age of 18, bless you, under the age of 18, and then over the age of 18. And
you're
it missed
18.
18. So maybe just some consistency there, just to say 18 or older for that particular population.
So yeah, so this should probably match the plunge if the plunge is 18 and older.
Yeah, and facility use also has similar things.
I will make sure that the language is consistent.
Yeah, thank you. You've already talked about section renaming, you already talked about appendices. Sorry, hold on just a second. A couple of other little format things, which I'll just send to you. Oh, I do have, this is kind of a specific question. How many days, sorry, I just lost it. How many days in advance are required to actually officially cancel in order to get a refund? I couldn't find it in this policy. It may be in one of the other ones more specifically, but, so I'm in 11, like around 11.4. Change shall be made in writing up to 7 days prior to rental for an additional processing fee. But what about a cancellation in order to get your deposit back? I don't think I found it anywhere. And again, we don't have to look at it.
11.4?
I'm in 11.4 right now.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, April, across the policies, there's the reference to cancellations. Some of the sections just say cancellations, some, and this one says cancellation security deposit refund. It should probably be another consistent, like, Commissioner Peters was saying, a consistent header for these sections about the cancellations and security deposits and that kind of thing. And 11.1, that's some strange sentence wound up in there. Clean up and load out of organization, business, and personal belongings. I don't know what that has to do with cancellation, security deposit refund. But anyway, so just something to look at. I couldn't find anywhere where it said full deposit will be refunded if cancellations occur a particular number of days or weeks in advance, whatever it is. I couldn't find it. So just calling that to your attention.
We will add that in. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted, I could have missed it, as I say. I just want to make sure. You already addressed permits and special event permits and the components for it. We kind of talked about that. Okay, I'm down here in 20.4 on skate park, on 20, section 20 on skate park. 20.4 says, all skate park users must agree to comply with CCM Municipal Code 9.10.3. Failure to comply may result in penalties. It would be nice to identify what that is, just generally, so that they know what they're agreeing to. I think, again, that might be a consistency thing with some of the other policies as well. And does it apply to all parks, whatever that code is, and I did not look it up. Because this is skate park must agree to comply. Not knowing what it is, my question was, does it apply to all parks? And so there's probably a little cross-reference item there. And then non-motorized scooters are allowed in the skate park? I was shocked by that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very popular. Yeah, for
Non-motorized scooters.
Non-motorized scooters. Oh, yeah.
Oh, so
My son used to take his scooter.
those are the little ones.
The razors, those kinds
Yeah,
of
like
things.
razors.
Oh, razors, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought non-motorized.
Oh, you're
scooters,
thinking like
I
a
pictured
motorcycle moped scooter.
No.
Cruising through there,
The ones that you have to use your foot to propel.
Yes.
like the Flintstones version, okay.
Sure,
All right, we'll go with that. Okay.
They're a little more high-tech than that, but yeah.
I know some of you don't even know who the Flintstones are, but
Oh,
that's
we know.
okay. I know all of you over there know.
She knows too.
Over here, not quite so sure.
Commissioner, can I just, on the one right before that where you talked about the municipal code?
Yes.
I'm going to check because I'm not 100% sure, but it's possible that the 9-10-300 may be posted on a sign at the skate park. So if that were the case, would that satisfy, or would you still like to see it?
Well, it
Here.
just like, what does it apply to? Is it, skate park, this municipal code, what is it? Just like a two-word summary of what it is.
I mean, because the rest,
Okay.
often, other times when we
Referring to
refer the code, like,
alcohol.
you say like thrown or otherwise proposed
Oh, like
objects
the
are
heading,
not
the
allowed.
heading of what that,
Yeah.
so 9-10-300 skate park use, whatever that heading is from the municipal code.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, add that, yeah, that we could probably add in April.
9-10-300 is public skateboard parks. That's the title of it in the municipal code.
Okay,
And it is specifically only things that relate to the skate park.
okay.
And there are 4 items in it. One of them is safety, helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads. The other one is the director can set forth any guidelines. Council can establish resolutions. We need signage is what that one says also. And then violation is an infraction. And the 305 is skateboarding, roller skating, and inline skating and rollerblading may be prohibited. So
So I think, April, I think she just wants us to include the header with it, like we
Okay,
did, like we
perfect.
did
Yeah,
in
we
some of
can
the
do
other
that.
ones where we reference the code and then smoking in parks, like, so I think we just want to put the code and then public skateboard park rules and regulations, just so that we know what that code is referring to. I think that's a relatively easy thing to add.
yes.
Yeah, thank you. 21.2 talks about the court's purposes may be acceptable, blah, blah. Users should call the PRCS department for further information. Do you want to put a phone number in there? Do you want to, or should these documents have some kind of general contact information somewhere as a policy reference, point of reference.
So on page 1, there is a phone number
Okay,
at the bottom of the page. Any
Okay.
questions regarding this policy shall be directed to the PRCS Department at 310-253-6650.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew it was somewhere.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure you figured it out.
Well, yeah, but like, I get it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Peters and I were looking at these and we're like, wait, where was that again? And, oh, was it in this policy? Yeah, so I get it.
Yeah, I think that does it. There are, already a number of these other little things have been addressed, or a couple little typos. Service animals, 35.6. It says service animals are exempt. I just said I suggest inserting the same language on service animals from 5.11 of the facility use policy. So again, it's another one of those cross-reference things, making sure everything that's in each one, all the boxes are checked. I think the service animal part of the policy should be included in this as well. And these are probably all things you've already noted. So that was it. I think everything else that I had for the facility use policy was the same reference, or pretty close to the same reference as the athletic space allocation. The fee structures, the fee lists, also need to be consistent. There were a couple pages missing in the facility use policy attachment. Again, I know that these are all things that are going to be, gone into more deeply. And so, anyway, thank you very much. This is a tremendous amount of work that the subcommittee and staff has done, and I'm just really appreciative for you to have done as much work as you have. Thank you.
All right, other comments?
On that one.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking on the athletics. 'Cause we're gonna-
Okay,
We're
yeah,
done with
let's,
that one.
okay,
No.
no more? Okay, so I guess let's move on to facilities.
Typo.
Okay, so I can go through, there's not as many here.
I have a couple
Commissioner.
little comments on facilities that I don't think were on what I sent earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
First, this is just a question. Is a permit from the fire department required if you were going to put candles on a food item?
We kind of beat that one hard in our subcommittee.
We addressed that one, right?
It says,
Underneath?
I don't think, it says like you have to have one, but it doesn't say whether or not you have to have one if you're going to some birthday candle.
I don't think it's birthday candles that, which numbers? I think we
I
were just talking about.
had
like,
to
having
ask
stenos.
fire department again.
Okay.
The answer to this, for, the candles that don't emit anything, that are like lit for 60 seconds on, for the singing of a celebratory song. No, they don't. But the religious candles and,
Okay, because it
other
says,
ones definitely need it.
so
We
9.
don't even allow candles like in centerpieces and stuff like that. So,
So 9.11.10 is required for all open flames, candles, fire, vehicles containing petroleum or gasoline, or for candles being used as part of a religious ceremony. So because it still says candles, that's where my question of, does include celebratory candles on a food item as defined above?
I went ahead and clarified with except 9.11.6.
Great, okay.
And we still have to make sure that there is a no slow singing of a celebratory.
it has to be
It has to
fast.
be within 60 seconds. I know staff will be there with the stopwatch.
My other comment was just, and I flagged this, is in the facility use document, whereas when we get to the plunge, it changes it to participants. And then, there's a couple of funky things under alcohol, where we have the bartender must have the ABC license, but it's just when it talks about food and beverage and not, later on, we don't put that with the discussion of alcohol.
I moved that.
Okay, great. And then my last one was, I thought the live music section was a little confusing. So maybe start with like where live music is allowed. And it, like, because it's like halfway through that list, does it say like, oh, music is allowed at vets and not at anywhere else? And so I think starting with that and then having the section of like what music and DJs you can have might be, I just thought that section was a little confusing.
So I'm sorry, start with where you are and are not allowed to have music?
So, yeah, so like, so this is section 18.
Yeah, 18.8 and 18.9, you're recommending we
Yeah,
we
so like.
start with instead of end with.
So like, so like park buildings, so it has this like section where you think like, okay, maybe I can do sound, but then 18.8 says park buildings, except for 18.9 says vets can. Maybe start with that and then have like those be like 18.1, 18.2, and then have 18.3 be all users must comply with noise regulation. Like go back to 18.1.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Set the table and then get to the details of, okay, if you think you can have music, here's what you need to comply with. That does make sense. Better flow. Does that make sense, April?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was it, beyond typos on facilities.
Do you want, I have a couple things from Commissioner Alexander, if you want me
Okay,
to go
go
through
for it.
them, related to this one. So 5.11 was regarding animals and service animals, and I think she asked about the CCPD, the, like, I don't know what they're called, they're like, I don't want to say they're therapy dogs, but they're, wellness animals. I think they would be, well, they're city staff, I think, and so they're,
Technically.
and they were, you could probably,
Or a service animal.
or a service animal,
Okay.
as far
Because
as
they
ADA.
did have them at one time for the event at the senior center, I
Right.
remember, yeah.
But you don't want to just say therapy animals because that's not a,
That's not covered.
that's not covered and that's not a like proper definition.
So service animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then next was 6.1. Use of facility longer than permit time. Is there an operational grace period? This is, oh, for, I don't know, that's the question.
Well, they're supposed to pay more if they stay over longer, so, but do we?
Right, but that's not 6.1. That's,
Oh.
6.1 is see Appendix C for facility information. So I think it's, well, so I'm not sure which number.
But we do have something there about, you know, if you stay longer.
Yeah, is there, I mean, I don't want to say yes, they can stay there afterwards. No, they're supposed, I mean, they're supposed to be out when the permit's out. You know, I mean, it's, at that point, it's going to maybe be a judgment call on the staff person. If they're 5-10 minutes, you know, maybe we're not going to, you know, issue, but, you know, it's, they're supposed to be out when the time is up. So as far as cleanup, that's supposed to be included in their permit. So, you know, I wouldn't say, yeah, no, there's no grace period, but, you know, I'm sure we're going to be reasonable if it's a couple minutes.
Yeah, I did remember, I'm trying to remember where it was in here, but there was definitely something in there about, hey, you need to plan in your reservation time for cleanup.
Right.
I couldn't remember.
Or
Yeah,
setup for
setup,
that,
setup and
setup and
cleanup
cleanup.
is required in the permit thing, so, yes. Then there's a question about 7.4 regarding noise levels, saying should this include a decibel level? I think April kind of added this to us, and maybe Adam can chime in. But is this wording following what our sound ordinance is right now? Do we know?
My thought here was just sometimes when I've seen things like in other places, they'll say, you know, this decibel or no, and then they'll give an explanation like, you know, 80 or 90 decibels is kind of like a vacuum cleaner or something, just so they kind of like have a, I wanted to say a visual, an oral representation in their mind in terms of what levels are not supposed to be exceeding.
Yeah, I mean, it would,
So the sound ordinance is taken directly from the municipal code, and so all language is just pulled directly from there. So, and the municipal code doesn't go into decimals.
Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
There's something later in that policy, like if you're gonna have sound at the picnic shelters, it can't go beyond 50 feet.
Yeah, that was, I had the same question for that as well.
We, April and I definitely went through all the municipal code and making sure we were aligning everything with what that says for the sound ordinance. So anytime sound is coming up, we're taking that information from the municipal code.
Okay, any other questions on that?
No,
Thank you, Adam.
you can ignore the other question I had about decibels later on.
Okay. 7.5, where we talk about if a complaint is received regarding your event and the Culver City Police Department are called to maintain order, permit holders may be held liable for the costs incurred by the police department for the officer's time. This would be if staff called PD. If PD, I think that was the question, is if who calls PD, and it's if staff has to call PD.
Okay, because I know, you know, neighbors obviously can do it as well.
Right.
And their call in terms of when they will want the PD to be there will probably be different than staff's.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be probably more serious if staff has to call. And it's just me, it's up to the police department if they're going to want to charge for that.
Should we specify that staff does this?
So if a complaint is received regarding your event and the Culver City Police CPD are called by staff, I mean,
Just to clarify.
I-
For clarity.
I mean, I could see a situation where if a guest called, you know, there was something illegal going on and a guest called, I could see that and PD decided to charge, that could still be something that they would be responsible for, may be responsible for.
Okay.
I mean, giving us,
yeah, it might be better to keep it generic.
All right. I was just, relating to the answer you just
Yeah.
gave. So I'm like,
Yeah, no,
sounds like
you're right.
not just staff. Anybody
not just
calls
staff.
and PD decides to show up and charge somebody, then they would be responsible for it.
Okay.
Yep. 7.61, minors. So it says, define the age range of children. Minors defined as under 18. I guess we just should we add that in here? Adults are responsible for watching, controlling, keeping their children from something else. Children must be under the supervision, so I don't know if we'd say children under age 18?
Or just change it to youth?
Yeah, change it to youth.
Or just,
Because
because
defined
youth is already defined.
Yes.
So instead of minors, we just put youth?
Yeah. Like you can keep minors as the title of the section, but specifically talk youth.
Okay. I'm okay with that, April?
yes.
Okay, 7.7. So it talks about hallways being blocked. Hallways not used for organized waiting. What about an orchestra that is rehearsing and doesn't want to go the doors? So basically, the issues are clogging up the hallways with people waiting is a fire hazard. If a group wants to, like an orchestra wants to be practicing and not have people in there, then they should reserve more time ahead of time. It's part of that setup time so that we don't have that issue. We can't have hallways and things clogged up with people waiting to get in somewhere. They can wait outside, they just couldn't wait in the hallways and lobby area.
Okay, I was just curious because
Yeah.
my husband does play in an orchestra there and it's never been a clog and it's usually not in the hallway. It's usually the lobby area that's outside before you go.
Yeah, and I think if it
into the
was
auditorium.
5 or 10 people, it's not an issue, but if you had 100 people waiting in there, now it's an issue. So that just gives us the leeway to make sure we can keep things safe. 9.5, changes in setup arrangements may result in extra charges.
Yeah, this sort of follows through. There are certain instances, like there was one later on, I think it had to do maybe with trash or something, or excessive cleanup. In some instances, it says they may be charged, and others, they say they will be charged. And I'm trying to understand the logic, why in certain circumstances it is may, and in others it is will.
And so I think it just depends on the nature of the changes in the arrangement. If you're, if you had originally set up 10 tables for 100 people, and now all of a sudden you want 300 tables or 30 tables and 300 people, that we may incur more staff to have to set that up. So we may have to charge more. But if you're just talking about, we're going from 10 tables to 9 or to 11, probably not going to be an issue. I don't know.
But when it comes to excessive cleaning, that automatically will result in.
Right, and those things are in the actual, like, on the actual permit, like what's required for them to do, how much they're supposed to clean. And so, yeah, anything beyond that, and then it would depend on what it is. If it's something our staff can mop up and handle, or if it's something that we have to have the custodial contractor come in and do, and we incur extra charges, we're gonna back charge that. So it just depends how bad it is. If that makes sense.
Yep.
16.1.
It says alcohol not permitted in parks, and I wanted to know what about the fiesta?
So we actually, Adam, we get a permission, right, from council?
We have to file a resolution that city council votes on to allow alcohol during Fiesta La Leona.
Yep.
Okay, so general prohibition unless it goes to the council.
Yes.
Well, actually, 6.1 says there's an exception for the Veterans Memorial Complex, including Teen Center, Senior Center, and Veterans Memorial. So the physical,
But it's
building.
outside.
Yeah, the outside stuff is
It's,
different.
it's,
Yeah.
the
Right.
fiesta, it's outside, so that's why I asked.
Right. 20.7 has to do with filming.
It says something about they fill out an application of whatever the requirements are from Film LA. So I wanted to
Right.
know, do we need to know what those requirements are, or is it a moot point because you still have the discretion in 20.8 to deny, I think?
Film LA is, am I on? Yeah. Film LA is a fully different organization that anyone filming in LA County has to file a permit through. So we have nothing to do with Film LA, except that they cannot film with us unless Film LA tells us, hey, here's the permit, they filed their information with us. It's a whole different process. But part of our application to film in Culver City requires getting the permit from Film LA.
So as staff, you're happy with whatever their requirements that they have to meet to get Film LA?
We
and
have
then
no-
you just layer additional ones in terms of using our facility on top of that?
Yeah, because we have no say over the requirements for Film LA. But we do have a say on when and how you use our facilities. So you have to file a different application for our facilities so we know what you're doing. And then, as I said, part of that is we have to receive a permit from Film LA.
Okay.
Okay, 23.3.
So that has to do with the posting of the, the permit holders when they're using the picnic shelters. The permit was supposed to be posted, and I guess my question was, who does the posting? Is it staff, or is it the person who has the permit, and do we
And
ever?
there's phone numbers on the permit for them to call, but they can call Park Patrol, they can call us, our staff, our facility staff will go out and enforce it, so they can.
But, so staff puts it up saying this is going to be used at this particular?
Yeah, we
Okay.
post it,
Yeah.
the signs,
And
but
so-
what they're saying is if somebody ignores it and sets up anyway, and they need, the people won't leave,
Yeah.
they can call us. And
I
we'll
just
go out
didn't
there.
know who did the posting. It sounds like it'd be more convenient if staff did and it was
Staff
there
does it.
maybe, a few beats before, so somebody doesn't, set up and then all of a sudden find out later because the person who was actually doing the event was going to post it at the same time they got there. So, okay, good.
Yep. So that's all that I had.
Yep.
All right, others? Yes, Vice Chair.
I have one item, because the rest are just little typo things, and I'll send you the document. 26.2, I'm going to read it, and then you'll know why I'm pointing it out. No facility user shall not render or allow any guest contractors, agents, invitees to render the facility inaccessible to persons disabled or otherwise cause the facility, et cetera. Okay, so I know what it's saying, but it's really complex wording. There are a lot of negatives, double negatives, triple negatives, and a lot of rendering going on. So could we maybe just do a little rewording on that? That would be really the only thing that sort of stands out. I mean, I understand the purpose, obviously,
I got lost in that one too.
It's a little long. And then this one also, I just mentioned that the fee schedule it's missing a couple of pages as well. But again, I will, if you're amenable to it and it's okay for me to send you these documents and it just shows on the side, it's highlighted and it'll say, this is a duplicate of that prior sentence, or, there are like little things like that that
Yeah,
you've
like
probably already.
formatting typo.
If you're okay with I'll just send that to you. Is
Yeah,
that
it's not
okay?
a change to the
No.
intent of the
No.
rule.
No. Everything else is just typos or phrase or a format or something. There's no content change. So, thank you.
Maybe for 26.2, it should say no facility user nor any guest contractors, agents, invitees of the facility user. No, sorry. I shouldn't be doing this live.
At 10 o'clock at night.
I feel like this is historically written. We either got it from another city document, and so I'll double check that we meet the compliance of what the city requires, but also clarify it with less
Yeah, thank you.
confusing verbiage.
Yeah, you need to get rid of the no or the not,
Yeah,
for
like,
sure.
Sometimes more is less.
less is more.
Yeah, because the no
Whatever,
and not
yeah.
render that double negative you're talking about, and I'm like, okay, yep.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. Thank you. Thanks for the effort, though, there.
Yeah,
Chair.
sorry, yes. I did a lot of that. Okay. Okay, other questions about the facility? Nope. All right. Questions about the plunge policy?
I have one. In the mention of the swim test, is there an age or height requirement for the swim test, or is it at the discretion of the lifeguards? Basically, because it says you will maybe like have to take the swim test, but I was just curious, like, do we have,
What section
I'm
are you
sorry, which
referring
section are we
to?
referring
let me
to?
look.
If it's
I want to look at the context around it.
If it's 8.9, let's say 13 or older, but I'm like searching the policy, see where else they have swim
It's
tests.
under recreation swim. Okay, so a swim test will be given upon passing. Swimmers will be allowed to swim in the deep end of the pool. Swimmers who do not pass must stay in the shallow end. Is that supposed to be under, maybe that's supposed to be indented under children under 16 who must be accompanied? So it's
9.4.
9.4. Is that maybe supposed to be indented under 9.3 to say that for all children under 16, they will be given a swim test?
That sounds about right, April.
I would have to check with city staff to find out if we swim test anybody, because even adults can drown, right? We're not under the assumption that all adults can swim.
We definitely currently don't swim test adults.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't think we swim test adults.
But you definitely swim test my smaller children.
Right, and I think it is, we can double check this one, but I think that it might just be that needs to be indented under 9.3, because we're talking about under 16, but we can just confirm that.
And then just generally, did we want to say anything about the swim test in section 6, which is plunge rules? Because right now, it's under,
It's under rec swim because that's where,
but you could imagine, I mean, it says participants 12 and under for lap swim must be accompanied by an adult, and they might be asked to take a swim test. But there you say they may be asked to take a swim test. So just clarify, like, I might just put all swim test information under plunge rules and clarify exactly who has to take the swim test.
And if it's a may or a must.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, other comments on the pool
Just
policy?
had one.
Go ahead.
It actually, I think I sent this in when we were looking at the policies, maybe before they went to the subcommittee. And it relates back to our public comment from Marcy Bond, where she was talking about the hours of operation and the 55 minutes and the lanes and all that. And unlike most of the other facilities we have, they actually have a system with a card where they go into the pool. So that means that we should be able to get a data-driven answer to some of her questions in terms of, well, what actually would happen if we had it like on an hour or an hour and a half basis. So, maybe we could start collecting information in terms of, how often people are actually using the pool and how crowded the lanes are, so that we could then, maybe open it up for more people to swim there if we have the statistics.
We can get the statistics now. Because we require reservations, we can easily pull how many people are using the pool at any given time at any given day. So we can pull that information.
Right, so how would it relate back to what she was saying about the 55 minutes versus an hour versus an hour and a half or anything else? I'm not a swimmer, so I don't have any perspective on this. I do know how to swim.
I think I understand what you're asking. I guess we would have to look at, like, for now, so how many lap swim sessions, and I don't know off the top of my head the schedule of the plunge. If there's lap swim from 8 to 12, that means we have 4 one-hour sessions. So if we were to change it to an hour and a half, we would only be able to have, I guess, 2 hour-and-a-half sessions and one hour set.
I just threw that
so
out there,
then
but you
we
seem
would get that, and then
talking
we
about
just
this
look at.
5-minute thing being an issue for some reason, and maybe it's only an
And
issue.
that's just to allow people to get out of the water so that the next group can get in and start on time. So if we did the full hour, 1 to 2, then the people that want to start at 2, you're going to have the other people still trying to get out of the water when these people need to get in at 2.
So is our pool facility designed differently than the other cities who are not doing that?
Is it designed differently?
Right, I mean, the area that
It's
they
managed
would use.
differently, is what I would say.
It's managed differently. There
Because
must
the
be a
demand is
reason that it's
different.
managed differently.
Sure, and there are other places, like she didn't mention WeHo, but I believe they have limitations. I mean, they only allow, if I'm not mistaken, only 2 people per lane rather than 3 like we do. So I mean, some people allow up to 5 or 6 people in a lane. I mean, it's a matter of, policy decisions on how many people you want to allow in the water, how long you want to allow them there. It can have an effect on revenue. If you start, if you allow, everyone an hour and a half and you have fewer lap swims, it could impact revenue as well. So there's a lot of things to consider.
Until we adjust the fees that haven't been adjusted for 10 years.
Right, and when Marcy made the comment that you can only swim for an hour, what if you want to swim more? You can purchase another hour. You can pay. We have people that pay for 2 hours back to back, and they swim for an hour and a half or 2 hours. So you're not limited to only 1 hour. You can purchase multiple hours.
You just have to get out and wait and then get back in.
Right.
Is
But-
that to allow the lifeguards time to,
It's allowed to keep everything structured as well too. It's not just that, but it's so that we know who's supposed to get out and then who can stay in. And that's something that we can look at. I can have that discussion with Kim. I think we're kind of getting off topic.
well,
with
yeah,
that.
I mean, no.
But,
This gets back to my original question. These are policies we could potentially be adopting now, and then because it's at the,
Those are more like operating procedures that wouldn't necessarily be
Right
covered in
now
here.
it
Those are
says-
things we could look at.
At 8-9, reservations are encouraged, it doesn't say that they are required, it says they are encouraged. So there's nothing to say that if you looked at the data and said like, oh, we really have many open lanes from 10 to 12, let's say, in the morning. Maybe we'll just make that drop-in lap swim where you would just come in, pay at the front door and lap swim. whatever you
And
want.
so that's
Do something like
because,
that.
so you don't have to have a reservation if there's space available. If the lanes aren't all booked, then you can swim. You don't have to have a reservation. We encourage reservations so that if you come all the way down there, you will get a lane if you have a reservation. So I think that's the way it's worded that way. You don't have to have it. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
Yes.
That's fine.
But yeah, the way this is written, though, allows the management of the pool to be flexible depending on the demand. Right now, the demand, as I understand it, the pool is astronomical. And I'm like, well, if all these other pools that Marcy Brown was saying are completely empty, how come everybody still wants to come to us? So, I mean, I know we're super popular
we
because,
don't have a pool at our high school for one, so
but
that takes up some
that takes up
portion of the
some,
time.
but the truth of the matter is our pool has been in high demand for well over a decade, if not longer, and we're the main pool, public pool on the west side. That's the thing. And there's always a fight for space, as long as I've been on this commission, and it has been a very fierce fight for space. So I understand, and I mean, and it's been bad, let's just put it that way. It's been bad, the fights. So I understand kind of where the public's view is, and I understand where the department's position is, and that's probably going to be a constantly evolving.
I would just say, just for the sake of this evening, if we want to have discussions regarding hour-long, hour-and-a-half operating type things, I think that should be something we should table for another evening and focus tonight on the policies that we have here. That's just my recommendation.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. We can schedule it right after the pickleball conversations, and then we'll be here till 2 in the morning. So, yeah,
I'm fine with it.
yeah.
I would want to come
Just
back to that.
one quick note, just thinking that we have reservations are encouraged under lap swim, but not under rec swim. Should we maybe have the same language? Since reservations are, I assume encouraged also for rec swim, because I've definitely looked and been like, oh, there's no spots left, so.
Aware that we had reservations for Weck Swim, and that was even possible.
Or I guess maybe it was for family swim? There was family swim. Okay, that's what it's for family swim.
Okay.
And if we're still gonna have family swim and it's something different than rec swim, do we want to have a similar section? Or do we just want to say rec swim / family swim under 9? Since I assume all the rules are the same.
I'm going to be completely honest.
It's
I wasn't here
10:16.
last summer. I
I
have
don't
no
know
idea
what-
what family
I don't know
swim
what's
is
going
and
on.
how it would be different. I'm not sure how it would be different from rec swim.
I don't know how it was different either, but I know I said.
So I'll have to find out how we're defining both of those because I'm not familiar with that term.
Me neither. So we'll confer with aquatic staff.
All right, yeah, because
Add
last year
clarity.
there was some family swim times where you could pre-register a slot. That might also be a holdover from the pandemic, because I think earlier in the pandemic, we were only allowing a certain amount of people in the pool.
That's very possible.
And so maybe that doesn't exist any longer.
Well, we'll find out.
And that is another issue, Chair, if I may. just-
Yeah.
That's another issue associated with lap swim. And so I think it is important for us to be able to kind of dig into that a little bit more. Pre-pandemic, how things were operated at the pool as opposed to during pandemic and post-pandemic. I think that's one of the big things that stirred a lot of emotion by swimmers. So reservations are encouraged in number 9, lap swim 8.98, number 9. And then right under it says reservations must be made via the online registration program. So reservations aren't encouraged, they are required to be made. So I don't, but you can't reserve, you can't just walk in and reserve a
Reserve.
space. So there's no alternative.
You know, I didn't catch this, but I
Confusing.
well, I don't know that it's confusing. I think what it's saying is, to me, you have to make your reservations online if you make a reservation. However, thinking at this from an ADA standpoint and accessibility standpoint, and we may need to change this to allow in-person registration and for those purposes. Now that I'm reading this,
Thank you.
April.
Yes, making
Make note
notes.
of
Thank
that.
you.
Because this has actually come up.
Okay. I just have 2 more.
Go for it.
There are a couple of references about children under 16 must always be accompanied by an adult, and the adult must be on the pool deck. Well, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a boomer, but when I was 7 years old, I was at my pool by myself. Okay, that's a stretch these days, but 16? I mean, we have members of our high school and our middle school who are in swim clubs who might want to go to the pool and hang out with their friends, and they're 14. I just think 16 is just too high. But again, this is maybe an operational discussion.
I don't know what it's like here, but I can tell you in Long Beach, the most trouble we had with people in our pool during rec swim were teenagers.
Well, I'm not
They
surprised
caused the
about
most
that.
problems.
But, okay,
So, again,
that's,
I don't know that that's the case here, but my guess is that's where this rule stems from.
okay, that's very possible.
Is it a liability thing possibly as well?
That's probably a good chunk of
okay.
it too.
I think everything else I have are just typos on this one. Hold on just a really quick second. Yeah. I'm sorry, let me just check one more thing. Swim attire, that's my last comment. Sports, okay, it says the following are not allowed while swimming, blah, 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 those all make sense. Sports bras,
Not swimwear.
it's that just, I don't know about that.
Approved swimwear is all that we allow.
Approved. Okay, and then dry fit wear, I know people wear that in the pool for sun protection.
It needs to be a swim type,
Oh,
not
okay.
just a dry fit. It would need to be a swimming type one.
Okay, so it comes down to these need to be like swimming authorized
Yes.
clothing. They might look like a sports bra and it might look like a dry fit wear, but it needs to be the swim version.
Yes.
Okay,
A lot of that stems from the material that the items are made out of. One, sports bras are made out of cotton, and cotton absorbs a lot of water, gets really heavy, and turns into a safety issue. And then second, the materials and the fibers can like disintegrate in the chlorine, and then that causes us like maintenance issues down the line. So we really want to encourage people to use material swimsuits that are specifically made not to cause problems for us down the line.
okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Other questions? I did flag 8.1 and 8.2 say the same exact thing. 8.1, 8.2. I'm assuming that was a copy paste error of some sort.
Nope.
And then, thank you for pulling in the ordinance regarding the nude or semi-nude definition that we ran down. But, oh, you laughed, but we had to go find this thing.
Yeah, we pulled that out of the municipal.
We had to go look in.
Risque section here.
Yeah, well, actually, in this particular section is about like we found this definition in a section about artist posing. That's where this came
Yeah.
from.
Okay.
Modeling,
So-
dancing, modeling
Yeah.
or something.
So, yeah, it was like for painting models and that kind of stuff. I don't know, the language just seems a little, just needs to get cleaned up a little bit, like, so in accordance to, in the nude, okay.
Section
So,
is that?
yeah, I don't know, it's just, I know you guys just copied the language straight out, right? Like, I
Which
assume
section is that again?
7.6.2,
It looks like it's missing a verb.
yeah,
It does, you're right. I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
And see what needs to be.
Yeah, the first sentence, I think.
yeah, that first, everything else looks fine, it's just that first sentence, I'm like, what?
You know, it was like it's cut and pasted from the.
Yeah, that's what I'm
things.
saying. I'm sure it was just like we're like, we need to put this in here and it's got to be the exact same language and we just copy and paste and they're like, oh, wait, we need to add a little more to get it there, but
There's something need.
yeah.
Chair, I actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have
go ahead.
Another quick question. I had with regard to swimwear, and April and others may know this, is there swimwear fabric that is used for our Muslim sisters
Yes.
100%.
to swim in? There's fabric.
Burkinis are a thing,
Okay, okay, good. Thank you. That was on my mind.
and that would be completely okay in this
Burkini,
interest. Yeah,
burkini, yes.
yeah.
I've heard the term. Good, thank you.
All right, any other questions about the swim policy? All right, if we don't have any others, I know we still ended up, we tried by the subcommittee to cover a lot of ground, and we did. I'm not saying we didn't, but it's always a little bit more. So I think there was a lot of feedback this evening. I know you guys, part of your work plan is you want to get this stuff done by this month. So I'm a little,
We have met with the city attorney and city manager, and so we have a little more timeline on this.
okay,
We don't have a hard deadline or anything like we
Okay.
did before. So, I mean, you all have a few options. If the ad hoc subcommittee wanted to meet again, we could. If you all just want staff to bring this back to you, we could. If you all want to approve them as amended and never look at them again, you can. I mean, it's really up to what you all would like to see this move forward.
yes.
Given what the director told us about making minor changes or bringing back major ones in the future, and given the fact that if we bring this forward at a new meeting, we're going to have one member who's really behind the eight ball in terms of looking at all of this.
Yeah,
I guess I would lean towards if the rest of the commission is comfortable of adopting tonight.
Adopting with, as amended.
As
As
amended.
Okay.
And with the typos being emailed to us.
Yes. Okay, I see some nodding heads, so I'll entertain a motion for that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner Peters, to approve as amended the updated athletic space allocation and usage policy, facility use policy, and the municipal plunge policy. And you may vote.
Uh-oh.
My vote option isn't coming up either.
Let me,
I'm back in the agenda. I'm in the agenda, but it's not, the vote isn't coming up.
okay, let me quickly reset it.
Okay.
But I vote aye.
And can everyone try voting one more time?
Looks like still not coming up for her.
I'm fine with the verbal,
Okay.
if you are.
Mine's here.
Okay, and so the votes are in with a verbal aye from Vice Chair Leonard, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the receipt and filing of updates from the members of Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission ad hoc subcommittees and their representative appointees. Let's quickly go through.
Boy, what is that
For brief
policy
updates,
subcommittee?
do we have any updates on the California Association of Parks and Recreation Commissioners? Okay, moving on, next item. Culver City Senior Citizens Association Board of Directors, any updates there?
Yes, although I'll make this very brief as well. I have to make sure I'm not repeating what was said earlier this evening, which was pretty inclusive. But just to answer, someone had a question regarding swimming for, I don't know if it was seniors or whatnot, but anyway, they're planning on having a pool basics class planned for the seniors, just to answer that question. And as of their April membership, they had 2,729 members, and they are forming a new committee to look at the MOU that the senior citizen group has with the city.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lots of MOU action in Culver City. All right, moving on now to Culver City Arts Foundation. Any updates there? Okay, thank you. Moving on to City Committees, Disability Advisory Committee. Any updates there? No. Okay. Okay. Great, thank you. All right. Okay, moving on to 2028, so ad hoc subcommittees. So 2028 Summer Olympics Preparation Ad hoc Subcommittee. Would you like to make the comments, or would you like me to do so?
I can if you like.
Go for it.
First of all, I like the comments that you made earlier in the meeting regarding looking for any and all revenue potentials for the Olympics. I thought it was a great meeting. We probably had about 30 or 40 people in the room. It was one of the facilitated meetings, which was great. So each table was given a certain series of questions to answer, and then they presented it to the room. And the questions very quickly were, what are your favorite sports and memories from the Olympics? What excites you the most about the Olympics? How can we actively and equitably and with positive impact engage our residents? What part of Culver City do we wish to highlight for the world, and how are we going to share it? And what does the city need to do to prepare for it? I know that, I'm not sure if it's Elaine Garrity or one of the city staff anyway is going to compile all the information from it. But we had not only members from committees and commissions, but we had the I'm trying to remember his name now, the gentleman who runs the Vendy Museum.
Jason Jampol.
Thank you, Jason Jampool. We had Hope Parrish from the Historical Society. So we had a broad cross-section. And-
Superintendent was there as well?
Yes, absolutely. That was also a good one. And so I think the most important thing that was brought out in the meeting, interestingly enough, is of all the sort of cities our size, we're ahead of the game in terms of what we're thinking. You know, it's still brainstorming. It really isn't a plan to move forward yet, but I think at some point, and I'm not sure if this is going to be after they give us the notes from this meeting, that they'll start assigning things more in specific areas to, like our subcommittee, for example, they were talking about, you know, engagement in the community, and I suggested that potentially what we could do is to take the wonderful idea that PRCS staff is already using for the pop-ups in the park and sort of, you know, reconfigure it for Olympics purposes, for example. So that was my takeaway from the meeting, but I thought it was great.
Yeah, there was a lot of positive feedback about our parks, I would say, but also definitely identifying that we needed to prepare our parks for what's coming. So I think there's going to be a lot of park-related feedback, again, which I'm hoping will dovetail with our master plan, and we can leverage all that stuff. But, you know, we got a lot of feedback like that, but it was very much an open sharing, no ideas, too crazy kind of event, and then we'll probably whittle it down a little bit, so, yeah. Okay, moving on to field room, pool.
I recommend we disband it.
Although somebody didn't update the legislative text to allow us to disband it.
Oh, that was included in the agenda, as I recall.
It was included in the last staff report.
So
for
since we
Oh.
adopted them, I think that's happened, right?
We can.
So are you saying, Adam, that we can, without violating the?
You can, because
agenda?
in A3, it was mentioned that if the commission would like to, in this ad hoc subcommittee, you could.
Okay. Yeah, obviously, we've completed our task. So
Wonderfully.
I'll
Again,
entertain a motion.
Kudos to the subcommittee for the hard work.
Thanks, sorry we missed some stuff.
Oh, no,
It's
you
an
did a
enormous
great
thing.
job.
Yeah, it was a
That's
lot.
the fastest turnaround of a subcommittee being formed and completed in the history of PRCS Commission.
Yeah. All right, I'll entertain a motion to, I don't know, would it be
Well, she moved.
stand down on the field room and pool allocation rental policies ad hoc subcommittee?
I'll
Suspend?
I'll second that.
Abolish?
I think it is an abolishment.
Retire? Extinguish? You're making me look for my Black's Law dictionary to go find all the other words.
Oh my gosh, it wasn't typing. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Peters, seconded by Commissioner Cards, to approve the dissolution of the field room pool allocation and rental policies ad hoc subcommittee. And you may start voting. It's still not working.
I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the votes are in. And that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So at this point, then, I need a motion to receive and file all the reports that we got. So I'll entertain that motion.
I have a motion, but I don't have a second. So I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, seconded by Commissioner Peters, to receive and file updates from the members of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission ad hoc subcommittees and representative appointees to outside associations and city committees.
I vote yes.
And you may start voting.
Oh, I vote yes.
Okay.
Jumped again.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now moving on to item A5, receipt and filing of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission 2024 meeting calendar and upcoming agenda items with adjustments, if any.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I just want to make note that I will not be in attendance at the regularly scheduled September meeting.
Okay.
So these are the dates for your remaining meetings for the 2024 year through December. Culver West Alexander Park Recreation Building will be where the September 3rd meeting is being held. Looking at your July agenda, we will be having oath of office for a new commissioner. There will be an election of a new chair and vice chair, and we'll review all the subcommittees and liaisons to city commissions and things with the new person in place. Also at that meeting, there will be, you all have agendized a discussion on pickleball in Culver City. And we finally have the dates from the city clerk's office of when they want the biennial report due. So they're aiming at having that turned into city council in August. So we need to draft the biennial report in July. So that's what your July meeting is looking like. For August, the staff is looking to do a report on the approved 24-25 PRCS budget. And then September, we generally have staff presentations updating you on how camp went and how and carp starting and things of that nature, but those have yet to be determined. But that month looks like there will be presentations about some programming. And then for city council, in case everyone wasn't aware, last Monday were the interviews for CBC appointments. And so this upcoming city council meeting on Monday, June 10th, there will be CBC appointments, and we'll find out who the new commissioner is.
Okay, thank you. Any?
Quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
On the item for pickleball, do we want it to just say pickleball, or do we want it to include
Court sports.
racket sports in general in case we need to reference other things?
I was going to go back to the last month's meeting and see exactly what you all had said and draft the staff report based on that, which was primarily a discussion of pickleball and paddle tennis and the, I don't want to say in manners, but the politeness and rules that people need to be following on those courts. But I can expand it to be all racket courts if you would like.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we were also discussing the possibility of whether we really needed to recreate a subcommittee again or not.
Yeah, that was going to be part of the,
Okay.
the consideration in the motions was to create an ad hoc subcommittee if you all deemed.
Thank you.
Chair, can I?
Yes.
We also have here, back on June 6th of '23, an item to be scheduled about converting tennis courts to mixed-use tennis and pickleball courts. I'm wondering if we could just integrate that into this discussion that is looking at the July calendar, or the July meeting, and make it be court, discussion of court sports and court use or something. I know at our last meeting, the reason this was of some urgency and we wanted to get it as soon as possible, because we were talking about behaviors and the people the issues and some of the disruption and those things, we wanted to address it quickly. But maybe they are two separate conversations. I don't know, but it's an opportunity for us to address it as a commission at the same time.
I mean, my feeling about that is like the broader issue of converting tennis courts, maybe we want to punt on that until after the master plan is done, because maybe there are different ideas that come out of that. And do we really want to limit, and I actually was thinking going the opposite way, and do we really want to limit the discussion to be discussion about pickleball at the Olinda courts, which seems to be the major issue that we see? And instead of saying as broadly as in Culver City, in hopes of not having the July meeting go to 2:30 in the morning.
Well, we also talked about, if I may, we also talked about having a completely separate type of a meeting, like a community meeting, where it's sort of a more of an open forum and people can participate and we can do some, some work, I guess, if you could say, on getting a broader understanding about how people feel about things.
My guess is, though, if we put anything about pickleball on the agenda, that community meeting is going to be happening in these chambers.
Well, but there's limitations on how we can communicate,
Yeah.
where
Well,
we
there's
want.
benefits to that too, because you can limit you can't have someone dominate the conversation or dominate the meeting by having it structured. So I can see some benefits to that.
If I may,
Yeah.
it is about, in my perspective, being a racket sport enthusiast, specifically of the tennis kind, there's going to be a lot of discussions if the tennis community gets in here regarding restriping of courts, which I think was part of one of the discussion items, probably not as keenly as pickleball, because they really don't have a space right now, whereas tennis players do. But I'm pretty sure I have an idea of what some of the tennis players' perspectives would be on that, so just
Not really a mystery.
sneak preview, sneak previews.
You could, if you don't mind me throwing in an option, in July, discuss how the commission would like to approach racket sports in the upcoming year. And then that could give you options to discuss if you want to do a special meeting, if you want to do a community meeting. It gives you options to discuss how do you want to approach tennis and this other agenda item that hasn't been assigned to a date yet. It will give you the ability to use the meeting as a planning agenda item, and then people can still show up and you can listen to public comment, but the focus won't be necessarily to come up with answers, but to go, okay, in the next year, this is maybe how we want to approach things.
For the agenda for that meeting, could we move the biannual report before the discussion of pickleball, or whatever that's going to be? I just want to make sure that, like, for those of us whose brains start turning off at a certain hour, that I just really make sure we get through the work we really need to get done.
I concur with that,
So
absolutely.
even if by some error that happens and it gets scheduled afterwards, we can always change the agenda the day of.
Great.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was gonna.
Yeah. But I know Adam's going
That's
to
a
be
good
all
point.
over it, so he knows what he's doing.
I think
Getting
Adam's
kinda late.
suggestion for using that item as a sort of a planning item is very good.
Okay, so
I like that one, too.
I see,
That's very smart.
so I see 3, 4 nodding. So I think that's,
So what I said?
yes, yeah, using it as a planning meeting, so, okay, great. Do we want to add any other items to, probably not the next agenda, but agendas in the future that we want to get on here now?
Well, I think the thing that I brought up earlier in the meeting, which you so wisely redirected me to discuss at this point in the agenda, that actually may work best associated with this August meeting. Because in the August meeting, it talks about the report on the budget. And I think that then that way, comments could be shared that are specific to that item.
For the
at that
record, could
time.
you reiterate what the topic is that you want?
Just some of the, I think the importance of being able to state publicly what our process was and has been for our letter to the city council for the fiscal year 25 budget items that the department had addressed during their presentation, but which were somehow a little confused recently. So it was just an opportunity to be able to say, this is how we went through that process. We came up with these items, and they had been in progress for many, many months, and just being able to address that.
Okay,
And I
so-
think that that item covers that well enough to be able to make whatever comments are necessary. To be able to have us just talk about our process of that letter,
Okay,
because I don't think it was fully understood. And I think we need to make sure that people understand as a commission what we're doing and the intention and all of the work that goes in doing something like creating that budget letter. So that's a good item to do it on. It's the August meeting, in my
Okay.
opinion.
I guess I need a little help here on, because it sounds like we're really trying to make a statement about how we do our process, is what I'm hearing you say, and it's a explanation to the public, and I'm not, I just need some clarification, is that something we can agendize?
Well, what I can do is normally the budget letter just breaks down the approved budget. What I can do in the background of that staff report is discuss the recommendation letter you all wrote and how it was incorporated, and then I
Okay.
can make it an attachment. And so that will open up the staff report to absorb everything Vice Chair Leonard has mentioned.
That would be appreciated. And one of the reasons that I'm bringing it up is because there were hundreds of emails from the public that basically referred to our letter.
Yeah.
And I believe that Director Stevens addressed most of those issues, but there's still apparently with some kind of some confusion. And I just think I think it behooves us to make it clear. That's all. That was my,
Through the chair,
Yeah.
if I may, I concur with the vice chair because putting together the budget is pretty beastly.
massive.
It goes through a huge process, and I could be wrong here, but we may be a little unique in terms of other cities because the Finance Advisory Committee recommended some years ago the opportunity that we have taken as a commission to put together those letters. And so I think it would be helpful for the community to know, because maybe in the future we'll actually get more input. We only had one person who spoke to an item. I think it had, Meg Sullivan was talking about the mulch, but, to encourage more of that kind of activity in the future, particularly since we seem to have some success in how we drafted, thanks to the drafters.
Adam, also in the staff report, one thing that I find hard with the budget is what is in the city document, and then what that actually means and what's in the work plan. Sometimes the city stuff will be kind of all over the place because certain things are coming out of this fund and certain things and if I could have a translation of how that happens, having been with us first time, and maybe this is obvious to old
obvious.
hands, but there's stuff where I'm just wait, this is this is our money too, or that isn't our money, like a little help there.
So
would
this
be
is good feedback for me, but I think the main purpose or goal of us doing this presentation in August is for you and any of our newer commissioners that haven't been through this process, and for the new one that we're going to be getting. So it's kind of really geared for our newer commissioners to learn and understand the budget. So, but that's good feedback for me, so I'll know what to kind of really focus on as I'm going through, because as I'll plan on going through every section of it, what it means, and then, you can ask questions. But yeah, that's kind of the goal and the purpose of us doing this presentation. So.
Okay, any other items that we want to add to the agendas? No? Okay. All right then. So, I believe this is we don't need it. There's no receiver file. We're done here, right? I can't remember.
No, we need a receiver.
Okay, thank you. What time is it? Okay. I'm starting to fade now.
And I need a second.
Here,
I
I'll
have a-
hit you. I got it.
I'm,
Oh, we're having technical difficulties. Hang on.
it's because it says software. There we go. I was saying software update. I know how to get back. Oops. 9, 7, 7. Yep.
Okay. So I have a motion from Commissioner Peters, seconded by Chair Mohammed, to receive and file the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission 2024 meeting calendar and the upcoming agenda items list. And you may start voting.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
And the votes are in, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, moving on. Public comment for items not on the agenda continued.
You do not have public comment at this.
All right. Then we'll move on to items for members and staff. We'll start with staff.
Good evening, or is it good morning?
Still evening.
Not
Good
quite.
evening.
This isn't a city council meeting yet.
Just a couple of announcements, but I wanted to point out an error that I made earlier when talking about the age-friendly initiative. I referenced that the consultant met with the Parks Master Plan team. My error, apologies. The consultant actually met with the general plan team. So I just wanted to make that clarification for the record. We all heard great things about the senior prom, so there's just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. Congresswoman Kamala Dove attended, and we had representatives from Assemblymember Isaac Bryan's office and Senator Lola Smallwood Cueva's office. So I just wanted to mention that. It was great to have our elected officials from so many different levels attend the event. And also we had 3 donors, AARP, Ting, and AT&T, which was very beneficial for us for more reasons than one, just to have resources at the event, but also some financial support that came from those donors. So I just wanted to make sure that we publicly thank them along with all of our elected officials. Next Saturday, June 15th, is our Father's Day event. The theme is lunch and games, and we have a great event planned for the community. It will be held, bless you, it will be held at Veterans Memorial Auditorium from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We have sent out numerous different types of flyers, marketing materials through our Gov delivery system. We've also contacted a lot of our Culver City networks, such as the Culver City Observer. It's posted anywhere and everywhere you look at in Culver City, so we're excited to get this event up and going. Please help us spread the word. Again, it's next Saturday, June 15th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Veterans Memorial Auditorium. And you'll receive more information about this next month, but you'll start to see some marketing materials about Parks Make Life Better Month, which is in July. And we will have movies in a few of our parks every Saturday. So more information to follow. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Adam, do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay, unfortunately, Danny Collins couldn't be here today. I don't necessarily have anything from her area to report. I'm just going to briefly, I'm going to give the highlights here just for the sake of
Brevity?
getting through this. I was just going to cover our changes to our, like some of our enhancements that'll be going for in the budget. If you saw the presentation, then you may already know all this information. But I'll just go through briefly. So we're adding part-time recreation specialist position to help with community events, which was part of our work plans. We got some, these are being put forth to the council for approval on Monday. June 10th is the budget approval. We put forth increasing part-time personnel staff to create a pilot youth sports program for the coming year, which is part of our work plan, along with some supplies for that and some supplies for our special events. Again, all tied to our work plans. I'm trying to stick to. We added some part-time staff for Fiesta. The city manager did put through our recommendation to add an irrigation maintenance technician, which is huge. So we're excited for that. We believe, so far all the feedback from the council during the presentation was positive and approving all of our recommendations. So we're hopeful that we will get this additional irrigation maintenance technician, which is huge for us. We put in for some money to help maintain the Kaizuka Garden. Now that it's all fixed up, we want to keep it looking nice. Okay, so that's, where's my CIP list? I apologize, I thought I had my CIP list with me here. I know I have it. Here it is. Okay, so our CIPs. So CIPs, for anyone that doesn't know, are our capital improvement projects. These are typically one-time assigned funds for a specific project. They can get money added every year, but they're not automatic like our typical budget is. So we requested to add $110,000 for playground equipment repair in the parks. $600,000 for park playground rehabilitation, specifically for Culver West Alexander Playground is the playground that we're looking to fix in this coming year. $85,000 for a consultant for Mwello, as per your letter. $36,000 for new park signage in all of our parks. $150,000 for soundproofing of our paddle tennis courts at SK and Alinda, and $250,000 for resurfacing and restriping sports courts, and $75,000 for the community garden, or at least one of the community gardens. So those are our CIPs. So also what I wanted to just briefly go through so there was, I'll just briefly mention, I did receive, or there was an email campaign, which I'm sure you're all aware of now, and I received about 100 to 150 emails that I responded to every single one of them with the same language that I sent you. Out of all those responses I sent, I had 2 people, I think, get back to me. One of them just said thank you, and then the other one had some more questions, but So that was it. During my presentation to council, I had the opportunity to address all the concerns that were brought up in that email to the council. I believe the council was satisfied, and we were able to move forward with that. Since my presentation, there's been a handful of different emails, but just a couple, and it's certainly anywhere near what we had before. But so I just wanted to address that elephant in the room. I also just wanted to point out a couple of things that in my presentation, like what came up a lot was structural money for a playground. Specifically, what was called out in your letter requesting for the $35,000 for playground. I mentioned the 110 in the CIP, but so internally, we were able to kind of move some money around that we had in another area. We were able to redistribute some of our current existing budget. And when we did that, we put $36,000 for recurring, ongoing, every year structural funding for park playground equipment. We also added $44,000 for wood grain fiber, AKA mulch. We put in some money for maintenance on the lights on the tower, which we know needs some work right now. We actually put in some money to get some people counters for like the vets building and for the senior center. I want to get like kind of like what they have at libraries and a lot of places to kind of count how many people are going in and out, so we have metrics, so we know who's using, how many people are going through our facilities every day and every year. We added some supplies and monies for our community events like MLK, specifically the MLK event. And then we added in some money for uniforms for staff, some safety training for staff, and then $15,000 for advertising and marketing for Veterans Memorial building programs and open houses and things. So trying to get more people using our facilities, marketing. So these were some things that we were able to do internally that you wouldn't necessarily know about unless you knew about it. So it's out there. And all of these things will get brought up more in August. So I just wanted to kind of just briefly report on that. It goes to council on Monday, and we're hopeful that everything will be approved. And that's all I have for tonight.
All right, thank you very much for that. Items from members. Yes, Commissioner Alexander.
I have three, but they'll go quick. The first one is based on what you just said, Director. Thank you very much for doing a good job at moving things around in the budget to address so many of the items that have been brought here from the dais. I really appreciate it.
Well, I would say Adam Ferguson actually was a good big chunk of that too. So he was.
You, Adam, as well.
Adam did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Secondly, and I'm sorry Danny couldn't be here tonight, but I'm getting some feedback from patrons of the dog park, and there's a few items there they're concerned about when the schedule is going to be to look at some of the holes in the fencing. We don't want any of the beloved dogs being able to exit from the facility. And apparently, in the past, there used to be a 3 to 4 time a year schedule in terms of the cleaning of the facility, and I guess it was done about 6 months ago, so they were concerned as to if there's going to be like a regular schedule for that. And one of the reasons for this is because, as you're probably aware, Director, that particular park was actually the genesis of a group of citizens who put it together and did a lot of fundraising and coordinating with the city, and there was a grant that cleaned up the area and all that. The feedback that I'm getting is it's easier for them to, if they want to do fundraising in the future, to have the park look a little better than it's currently looking for the patrons. So that's some feedback to the department. That was 2. And then last but not least, Commissioner Rickards, may I be the first one to congratulate you on what I found out was your 10 years of service on this commission. And I'm really sorry that I was only able to sit next to you for a year because I learned a lot. You're a very deep thinker when it comes to all things related to the wonderful parks facilities here, and I'm really going to miss you.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair.
I just also want to echo I am really going to miss you, and your input and your intelligence and your perspective has just been it's so rich. And you've brought such an interesting and unique perspective to the issues that we talk about. And you bring up these things, I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's just, I never would have thought about a number of the things that you've brought forward. Just so thoughtful and intentional, and I really, really have appreciated and really enjoyed working with you on a number of the subcommittees and so forth. Community Gardens was a blast. And so anyway, I just enjoy every single second that it's happening in your next chapter. Thank you for all of your service.
Right. There you go. You're good.
Oh, it's on.
On now.
Two things I would like to say. Having worked here for a while, I think that when we talk about the wonderful things we can learn from each other, we sometimes forget that we actually learn from each other all the time, and that there's actually quite a lot of resource here in every one of us. And I've appreciated the opportunity to talk to all of you. And anything that we learn from each other is just, it's wonderful. This committee is moving forward. I have no plans to leave the area. I hope to be troubling you with presentations every once in a while in the future. And I do continue to think about ways that we can use assessment of the community to gain a perspective on evaluation and deepening and continuing the dialogue among us as we work together. Thank you. I couldn't do this without an opportunity, so this is great. Thank you again.
All right, well, then I'll wrap it up. So on this commission, I've known you the longest. You've been here since I started, and unfortunately, you will not be here when I finish because you're leaving now. It's going to be really weird to be up here without you. I echo what everybody says. You always have your, good and interesting insights. We've worked together on a number of ad hoc subcommittees. We worked on the municipal code and a number of other big items. All those years we were doing community conversations, which I think was really in your wheelhouse, right? Which unfortunately we don't do anymore, but.
You can.
Yeah. But, I have learned a lot from you. Hopefully, I've taught you some things, as you said, you think you learned from me too, so great. But you'll be missed. But like you said, we're looking forward to hearing your 3 minutes of public comment or more.
We'll give him
Or less.
Ex-commissioner's prerogative.
And so I hope to continue to see you around the community. And I'll catch you on a walk sometime, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, if there are no further comments, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. And I'm sorry that we kept you late for your last meeting.
Are you waiting for somebody to entertain him?
You wanna give-
So I have a motion by Vice Chair Leonard, seconded by Commissioner Peters to adjourn. And you may start voting.
As long as we have a majority, it doesn't matter, okay? We just need a majority.
And that motion passes, and we are adjourned at 11:10 p.m.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can go into work late tomorrow.